Hey guys. Hey Misty. Hey Sharon. Hey Lilu. Daisy Days. And Shenanigan Maker's here too, and me myself. I haven't seen that profile before. That's interesting. Ness is looking forward to the replay. And Ness says, have a great night. LOL, everyone. And we all know what that means. Lots of love to everyone. Only on this channel, right? Hey Anna. Hey Happy Go Lucky. Hey Isabel. Hey Miss M. Hey Jazz. Hey DG, hey Jennifer, hey Cosmic, hey Curious, Lainey and Liliana. Yes, a big LOL. Lots of love. Hey Mary Mary. I agree, Sharon. I agree. Shenanigan Maker says, I've been missing y'all so much this week. I feel like everyone forgot about me. Aw. How did your week go, Shenanigan Maker? Hey Adriana. Hey Janelle. I haven't seen you in a little bit, Janelle. How you been? Shenanigan Maker says, don't stop loving me. Never. So I don't know if you guys noticed the title. I can't remember what I wrote, but something along the lines of defense motion hearing to remove the prosecutor. So as soon as our judge Danielle gets here, then we'll ask Danielle to just grant the motion. Alternate juror says, we love you, Shane. Paula says, Cooter was roboting. Hey, M. Janelle says, good. It's hard with my kids, lots of homework, but grandparents got a puppy, so she's with them. Puppies are fun. Lilu says, how could we ever forget our S maker? So as soon as Danielle gets here, then we'll go ahead and remove the prosecutor. And I don't think our judge is going to require any discussion or evidence. I think we'll just, ask her to rubber stamp the defense motion. It's a mock trial, right? Who needs rules? And then we'll ask Danielle to appoint Robin, our lead prosecutor. And at this point, I think we should firm up our teams, firm up our witness lists, and then go ahead and take volunteers to be the witnesses. And then I would say by next Friday, let's be ready to roll with the opening statements. Shenanigan Maker, do you want to do any motions in limine just to confuse everybody? Kind of for the fun of it? Brown Eyed Girl wants to be Dieter. Brown Eyed Girl says, I want to be Dieter. I can click my nails. Well, we've often said if only Dieter could talk. So maybe we should just call one witness, Brown Eyed Girl, and get the scoop on what happened. Hey, Paula. Lainey, Jennifer Good, alternate juror. So that's on the agenda. I was hoping to be able to do like a 24-hour Kindle kind of thing, but I didn't get anywhere with it. I made some headway, but I didn't get it finished, so I didn't get it up. It's pretty good though. It's pretty basic, but I think it's good information. Chanel says the puppies have shark teeth. Uh-oh. My phone's ringing. Hold on just a minute. I hope it's just a minute. I'll be right back. I'm back. Sorry about that. But you know me, when the phone rings, if I know who's calling, I answer it. So do you want to get started with the lists? Who do we have on defense? Shenanigan Maker. And Melissa too. And your one and only. I'm joking. Prosecution, we have our lead prosecutor, Robin. Paula, are you defense? Please refresh my memory because I'm not that great with note taking on this case anyway. I'm pretty good with note taking. So we have Paula, Melissa, Shenanigan Maker, and me. So we have a defense team that's kicked butt. Now we need a kick butt prosecution team. Maybe we'll just have to wait, I guess, for people to say yes to being on the prosecution. Should we start now with the witnesses? And maybe we should like bend the rules a little bit, and instead of making it the prosecutor's witness and the defense witness, maybe we should just call the witnesses. Because I think we're going to have a tough time getting a prosecution team together. Let's go ahead and list out our witnesses. We definitely want NA, but remember, you guys, let's just use initials, okay? We definitely want NA on the witness stand. We definitely want Cindy Watts on the witness stand. Should we limit the number? I think we should probably, or this mock trial could go on and on and on. Maybe we should limit the number of witnesses to 20 total. Jeremy Lindstrom, or oops, I just broke my own little rule. We'll call a certain person, we'll just call him Jay. We want Jay. Busy Mom wants NK. Okay, good. Shenanigan Maker says, I agree with that, especially without knowing protocol for trial. This will be easier. I think so too. We'll just throw protocol in whenever it's to our advantage, Shenanigan Maker. We'll use big words. I don't think we're going to even need to, though, because I have a feeling we're going to have a tough time finding a prosecution team. Yes, Lilu, on the list. I'm writing it all down. Yes, Shenanigan Maker. We'll call that the best friend. We'll say the BFF. That wasn't F. Hi, PJ. Paula says, by the time we're done with the mock trial, we may know the truth. LOL, lots of love. Happy Go Lucky says, love your channel. Isabel said, my work phone rang and I had to answer. What did I miss? Well, we're not talking about our height. We're not talking about John Schneider. We're not talking about our boobs. So you're good. No, Shenanigan Maker. No way do I want to go up against you. It would be kind of fun, though, wouldn't it? I was thinking of switching too, but I don't know if I could do that without, like, laughing. Hey, Melissa. Melissa's here, our star panelist, who will hopefully soon be starting her own channel. Misty says, John Schneider, love him. I love him. Heart, heart, heart. Busy Mom says, what about Nate? Yes, Nate. I'd rather not Shenanigan Maker because I think that would be a lot of fun for you and me and for Paula and Melissa. Let's see. Well, let's see how tonight goes. If we can get people to hop on the prosecution team, then I would say no. But if we can't, then I would say, yeah, either you or I are going to have to flip over to that side. Ooh, Misty says Leonard. I like that idea. Busy Mom says SR. I say yes. Yes, Busy Mom. Melissa says I'll switch if necessary. Oh, you guys. Oh, I can't imagine going against you and Shenanigan Maker and Robin. Although it would make it more interesting, wouldn't it? I'd want to switch with y'all, though. And then we'd let the defense team load up. That might be the way to do it. I don't know if I could, though. I think I would be laughing. I'd be asking questions like, yeah, right, okay, whatever. So far, 3 of a kind, we have Robin on prosecution. So we need a prosecution team before I lose Shenanigan Maker and Melissa. Susie says the boss. I'll go ahead and write it down, but I'm thinking that that's been pretty much not only kept out of the discussion, but I'm not sure. We'd have to think about what that would bring. Kathy Jo says she's still driving. She's going to need us all to save all the good stuff until she gets home. And then she said, hey, Shan. Hey, Paula. Lilu says Melissa should be prosecution, I think. You know what, Melissa? I'm thinking something. You're kind of like in the middle a little bit, but not quite, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, but you're kind of in the middle, right? Although I'd prefer that you be on the defense. I'd rather stack the defense team. Okay, Shenanigan Maker says Team Shenanigan and Melissa and Mensi and Paula. Damn, that will be a force to be reckoned with. Melissa says, really, Lilu? Why? DG says, best channel, MM. I think we're about the only channel, quite frankly. The more I look around, the neighborhood, I don't see any genuine, authentic discussions going on. I don't know. Maybe I'm just cynical after 2.5 years of watching this crap. I don't see any channel creators who have actually dug into the details of the case. I don't see any of them actually providing a platform where people can have an open and honest discussion. I see a bunch of them making a lot of noise, and it's really sad. I've been in the true crime community for a lot of years, and this is the only case where this crap is going on. The only case. Paul says, what about Mark? Is that the friend? The best friend, Paul? Oh, I didn't know that, Misty. I didn't know that. I think the reason Misty says you are also the only channel creator who talks with your chat members. I think the reason is because they're all going by their stupid scripts, quite frankly. Alternate juror says, gotta take a phone call, be right back. We know how that goes, alternate juror. You're on the right channel for that, that's for sure. And I want to say to all of you, seriously, I was talking on I'm a Clover's channel earlier, and she made the cutest comment. I hope she doesn't mind me bringing this up, but she said that she took her phone in with her to her bath, and I told her rule number 1, you're not allowed to take your phone with you into the bath. That's like rule number 1 for not becoming obsessed with this case, right? Rule number 2, if your phone rings, answer it. Seriously. This is just a chat, You know what I'm saying? I mean, like I said the other night, I love you guys. I love our chats, but I love the people who I'm talking to who are calling me, you know what I'm saying? Like in a different way. And it definitely takes priority over, you know, us getting together chatting from time to time. DG says it's laid back, relaxed, but very interesting. We're laid back, all right. I can't believe our boob conversation the other day. I guess, though, if you have a channel creator who snores on air, right, or online, or however you call it, on with the microphone working, that tells you something. Melissa says I can do any side. I have issues with both, though. LOL, lots of love. It's up to you, Melissa. It's up to you. Let's see how tonight goes and see if we, can hopefully fill the team. Because it would be fun to have you on the defense for sure. Paul says the lady who went to the wedding but had never met SW in person. So we'll title that The Friend. And then I'll put in parentheses, The Wedding. Misty says the kids' daycare teachers. Let's just do one, okay? One daycare teacher. How about the one that did Bella's hair? Melissa says, I just love to argue. All right, you came to the right place. But unfortunately, people aren't coming here for us to, discuss the case with. So, but we'll try to get you arguing tonight. Lilu says, lots of love for MM. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Yes, Paula says the hair teacher. Joshua says, who did Sandy talk to that day? Well, I heard that she didn't call her daughter's phone. I thought that was interesting. Paul says the creepy high school teacher. Susie says the doctors. You know what, you guys? I had a thought earlier when I was talking on Iva's panel, and I had never really thought this before, but it's kind of like one of those, whoa, wait a minute thoughts. What if all of the posts that we saw about all the illnesses and emergency room visits and everything, what if that wasn't true? Lilu says, did YCC apologize to you? Not at all. Not at all. She went into Ima Clover's live chat and she asked a question, and Ima Clover read the question, and then there was a little bit of a silence, and I thought, oh, I wonder if they're expecting me to answer that. I'm not sure. So I filled the silence with, I don't respond to YCC. And then Ima Clover was like such a trooper. She just went right on to the next question. I thought, good response, Ima. That was the classiest way to just move along. Okay, now, you know how, I don't know if you guys know this, but when you're writing, and actually in law enforcement too, and in law school and any kind of writing like that, when you're writing, it is actually more difficult to say it in shorter terms, okay? Like one of the toughest things with good writing is to say it with fewer words, right? I wonder if the same could be said for our witness list. Would it make sense, instead of having a whole bunch of witnesses, would it make sense to just get like the most dynamic? Otherwise, like this could last till Christmas, you know? You know what I'm saying? Right, Melissa, exactly. Oh, wrong one. I was reading Melissa. Hold on, I'll be right back, Melissa. Three of a Kind says at least one doctor visit per month over the course of 24 months, I believe. But I'm beginning to wonder, what if it was all a bunch of lies? And then Melissa said, oops, wrong one. Hold on, hold on. Scroll up, scroll up. Here we go. Melissa said, seriously, why did Chatterbox quit the trial? She hasn't officially quit. We just had an emergency hearing, a defense motion to hear a defense motion to have her removed. And as soon as Danielle gets here, we're going to ask her to rubber stamp it. Sasha says, YCC called me the Mensa police. Did you know you have your own police force? The Mensa police? Whoa. You guys should hear some of the stories that the scumbag attackers have said over the years. They think that I have a whole bunch of teams, and they think that I have a whole bunch of fake profiles and all this stuff. They don't really think it. That's just in their stupid scripts that they're supposed to accuse me of. They think I have a whole bunch of people working for me. Yeah, baloney. They know damn well they're just scapegoating my name so that they can pretend like they have some drama going on, so that they have some content. That's all. Susie says there will be a new video up on tomorrow. You mean, have they said there's going to be a new one, or do we just know there will be because that's what they do? Exactly, shenanigan maker. I can't go up against someone that won't even do the homework and goes off emotions. Melissa says we need legitimate proof of things, not character witnesses. Well, witnesses, you know, their testimony is evidence. Paul says that he is a highly successful executive on MM's payroll. Yes, he's a retired nurse, you know. Melissa, you did it again. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Melissa spelled your, Y-O-U-R. Wow. Lainey says, how many? 5? I don't know, maybe 10? What do you think, Shenanigan Maker? Oh, phew, phew. Oh, that's better, Melissa. I was worried there for a half a second. I'm just kidding. Lilu says, oh, brother. And then she's got the side eye going. Red Shoes says, hello, lovely cronies. Red Shoes in the house. Thank you, PJ. Phew. Melissa says, LOL, lots of love. I'm just trying to type fast. Paula is crying with laughter. If you could only have 3 witnesses, who would they be? Maybe if we did it that way. Like, who would your, if you could only have 3, who would they be? I think the one that I would put in the top 3 would be NA. Who would you put in the top 3 if you could only have 3? Red Shoes, you missed the story about when I popped a wheelie on my motorcycle. Just kidding. That was the other day. Melissa says daycare facility, NA, and a doctor. That's what I want to see. What are your top 3? NA, daycare, and doctor. NA and her son. So we'll add NA's son. NA and 8. I don't get that. Oh, got it. I get that. That's cute. NA and 8 and SR. Oh, yes, curious. We'll say the friend. White Rabbit, Ronnie and Cindy. NA, OB doctor, NA son. NA son, and cop. NA son. Which police officer? Baumhover? Or which one? Bumblebee, the question is, if you could only have 3 witnesses, who would they be? Lainey says Cassie. Red Shoes says yes, Baumhover. Susie says Tammy. Bumblebee says Tammy. So maybe we could call them both. And the body cam cop too. Janelle says definitely the body cam cop too. Sebastian says I have 4: NA son, nurse, and ex-husband. Paul says the guy who needed a cough drop. SR and FR. Red Shoe says OMG, yes, NA's husband. Yes, Paula, he was hot. The one that climbed down in the window well? Yep, he was hot. Shenanigan Maker says I would do 3 character witnesses, etc., and 3 expert witnesses. Lilu says Paula, yes, he was hot. Not sure what he looks like now after this shit. Lainey says a data expert. Maybe we could subpoena Lana for the trial. Maria says Cindy, NA. I don't get C Deets. I think it was J Deets. CPS lady. Yeah, Susie says Lana is busy. Good point, Susie. Right, maybe we could just subpoena Lana's ring binders. That's a good idea. Maybe KK could testify. Shenanigan make care. I would do mental health, social worker, and data. Yep. And also, the mental health one should know about the battered male syndrome, too. I think we should put on a battered spouse defense. Right, Red Shoes, you forgot Lana's real name, Lana Badger. Yeah, really, suck on that, troll. And you know, I like the message that was posted, but it was obvious by the message that was posted what we were dealing with, right? Lainey says unseal all medical records. Ooh, yeah. Should we be bringing in a few of the psychic mediums that knew what happened before it happened. Well, brown-eyed girl, don't you know they're the same person? I don't know, Lilu. Maybe she'll pop in tonight. That'd be nice. I was hoping she'd make her own channel. That'd be even nicer. Susie says, ask Roxy. I don't know who Roxy is. Lainey says, a lupus expert, disease expert. That's a thought, three of a kind. Shenanigan Maker says, yep, that's why I didn't say regular physician. Mental health covers her MBP and illnesses and mental health as well as spousal abuse. Good. Shenanigan Maker said no. Maybe no to the defense. I'm not sure. Or maybe no to the psychics. Probably no to the psychics. Sebastian says psychiatrists and or psychologists. Have you guys watched the trial out of Wisconsin? And I'm sorry, I have no clue what the name is on it. I should know it by now, but it's a long name. It's an elderly man who's on trial. He evidently started dating his new girlfriend 2 weeks after his wife disappeared. Well, I thought it was all pretty interesting when you found out in the trial that his wife tried to commit suicide at least once and possibly twice. And the last time she tried to kill herself, she promised that the next time she tried, they'd never find her body. Well, they can't find her body. So the husband's claiming that she killed herself and disappeared somehow. And the prosecution, of course, is claiming that the husband killed her. It's really weird because it does seem like all of the assorted offspring are peed off about the guy because he started dating another woman in just 2 weeks. But when you hear details about that relationship, the marriage, I mean, it sounds like he had a lot of stress for a lot of years. And then he, hooked up with an old flame 2 weeks after his wife disappeared. I think that probably the verdict is going to be guilty. The jury is deliberating right now. I think they'll probably find him guilty, but I really wonder if he is guilty of murder or if he's maybe just guilty of moving on with his life within 2 weeks of his wife's disappearance. White Rabbit says, hey, Cooter, congratulations on your channel. Cooter's channel, or actually that was when he was on I'm a Clover. I was going to say he has sound effects too. He has that squeaky door thing going to kind of make it homey, Sebastian says, I would love to have somebody talk about the effects of MLMs. Lisa says, you know which case I think is hinky? Let me guess, Lisa. The Todd Mullins case, or the Todd Mullis. Yeah, Mullis. Other people call him Todd Mullins, and I correct them. It's the Todd Mullis case where his wife was feeling faint, and then he found her, and he was convicted of murder. Is that the one, Lisa? That's just my guess. Paul says that Hunbot does good MLM videos. Yes, I'm impressed by Hunbot. In fact, Hunbot has emailed me a couple of times. Wow, talk about intelligent. I know it. My dog looked at the computer too. I know. I was teasing Cooter when I said something like I would love to WD-40 that. door. He was carrying boxes outside. Lisa said, oh, he was convicted? Eeks. Todd Mullis was convicted. That was the corn rake one. That was a while back. The old guy in Wisconsin, I don't know yet if they have found him guilty, but I think they're going to. Susie says, Cooter fixed it. He used lube. Olivia says, does anyone know what the deal is with NA and the Tesla? I have no clue what you're talking about. Lisa said, I didn't know Mullis was convicted. Yeah, he was found guilty. That's the trial where the prosecutor at the very end of the cross exam was like, listen to this. Did you just say, go to hell, you cheating whore? And he's sitting there going, no. Oh, goodness. Red Shoe says, what is up in Colorado? So many murders there. What the H? Brown Eyed Girl says, I don't think NA ever received it. I think Brown Eyed Girl is talking about the Tesla question, but I don't know. Sorry, guys, I'm muted. What was the last thing you heard me say? Because somehow my computer muted me. If you tell me what the last thing was that I said, I'll pick up wherever I left off. Oh, you know what? I bet my computer muted me when I was talking in caps because I have a touch screen and it's really sensitive. When I sneezed one time, it sent my email flying. Did you guys hear me talk in caps when I was reading that comment? Ashley Martinez. Why does that name sound familiar today? Hmm. Oh, you didn't hear me talking in caps? Okay, then I must have muted my touch screen with my talking in caps. I'll scroll back up and talk in caps. Let's see here. Lilu posted a comment in caps, in cap letters. So I read the comment speaking in caps. I'll read it again. OMG, please deal with this stuff going on now with chatter again. And then I responded, I am. Ashley Martinez. For some reason, that name is ringing a bell, and I don't know why. Shenanigan Maker says, yes, emotional and super sensitive. To the point, she puts emotions over facts and ignores facts and evidence and doesn't even care to look into it. Lilu says, Ash is here sometimes with us, MM. Susie says, yes, it rings a bell, MM. Three of a Kind says, agreed, Shenanigan. Hold on, guys. I just want to take a look at something. I want to just check my emails. Oh, wait, where's my emails? Crap. Ooh, that just disappeared. Hold on. There it is. Let me look at something here quick. If anyone knows how to sing the Jeopardy theme song, feel free to start. You got to be really loud, though, because you're not up on panel, so they won't be able to hear you unless you're really loud. I don't know. Too many to look through right now. Let's see here. I'm not all that techno. Oh, crap. Now, where are you guys? I can't find you. Where are you? That's not you. That's not you. Where are you guys? I don't know where you are. There you are. Okay, I'm back. Thomas says, agree on the Kelsey Barrett case. Her fiance murderer got an ex-girlfriend to clean up and burn her. Weird hearing her explain why. Deep issues. Shenanigan Maker says, Melissa, to be the prosecution, you have to know the facts and evidence better than even the defense. Ashley says, are you muted? And I look down at the mute thing and it doesn't look like I'm muted. Can you hear me okay? Hey, Sean's princess. Lilu says, I won't ignore false accusations. This is precisely how things get misconstrued. Ashley says, I can hear you. I just sometimes when you're silent, I think you're muted. I love it that Ashley is spelling that correctly. That's good. Cosmic says, is this the trial? We're talking about what witnesses right now. Lavina says, yep, I hear ya. Olivia says, Shan is laying it down for whom, blah, blah, blah. I'll start over. Olivia says Shan is laying it down for whomever becomes prosecutor. I can't. I think he was set up. Oh, okay. Yeah, that was a hinky case, Lisa. Is that the one who the friends or the people that the parents knew came in to the house? Oh, hang on just a minute, guys. Sorry. Well, sorry, not sorry. I'll be right back. Hey guys, I'm here. What? I'm reading your chat and this looks kind of interesting. Lilu said, ooh, Cindy hired a hit. What on earth are you guys talking about? Maria says, $63 salmon. Even if it was all spent on him, she would have got just as mad. Why did NK pay for her own meal? Maybe Christopher Watts was like believing that the marriage was already over. Maybe they had already discussed it at length that the marriage was already over. And maybe the stuff she was saying to her friends wasn't really what was going on. Oh, Melissa, did James hop in? James says CW is guilty, and Melissa says James is the new prosecutor. James says, who disposes of his own children? All right, James, do you want to be on the prosecution team? Lilu says CW is guilty as sin. Lilu, do you want to be on the prosecution team? Lilu says, we're the diehard shiners, MM. I'm writing down Robin, James. Lilu, do you want to be on the prosecution team? And did James say yes, or are we just telling him he should be? And then Melissa, you get to decide which side of the fence you want to be on for the mock trial. I think you should be on the defense, but I bet you James thinks you should be on the prosecution. He offered. Good. Okay, good. James has all the motive for a man who wanted his freedom. But James, didn't he already have his freedom coming? Because remember, in a divorce, he wouldn't have had anything to lose. Melissa is defense, I'm a Clover. We were just worrying about how many people we had for the prosecution, and Melissa offered to hop if she needed to, if we needed her to. Lisa says James is pretending, everyone, but he's showing us how he is able to see both sides of any issue, how he's able to argue effectively for either side. Were any of you guys on the debate team when you were in school? Because like you get handed a little piece of paper and then you have to debate that, like you have to take that side, whether it's what you think or not. So that's kind of what he's showing us. Janelle said, yes, I love debate. Melissa said, exactly. I took debate in college. Yes, I mean, somebody with James' intelligence, with his, you guys remember when he was on panel, right? This guy knows how to speak. He knows how to think and he knows how to speak. It wouldn't matter what his opinion is on the case. And prosecutors prosecute cases that they're not necessarily convinced of, right? But they're doing their job. And defense lawyers defend clients who they maybe don't especially care for. Lainey says, I'm too stubborn to swap sides. Angela says, I'll be on the defense. Right, and what you just saw, Spacebound, was an example of how he can argue either side of the case effectively. And the same with Melissa. And that's why she offered to switch. She says, I can argue any side, even if I don't agree. Exactly. Lisa says, James is OG. And I don't know what OG means, but I think it's probably a compliment. Lilu says, James rocks. Spacebound says, absolutely, MM. Janelle says, exactly, Melissa. It's a rare quality, I suppose. I just saw a comment that said, I love Melissa, and it flew up really fast. Here it is. I'm a Clover says, LOL, lots of love. I love Melissa. She's all right. Heart, heart, heart. James says, who is working mom? I have no idea. PJ says, MM, good night and all. I'm going to watch a movie with my family. God bless all. Good night, PJ. Lainey says, proud of you both. James says, old guy. Lisa says, original gangsta. Oh, OG. Got it. Original gangsta. Lilu says, good night, PJ. Lisa says, LOL, lots of love, James. Janelle says, PJ, good night, heart, heart. This too shall pass says, I thought it meant old goat. James says, LOL, lots of love. Lisa says, I'm a working mom. Susie says, good night, PJ. Lots of people are saying good night, PJ. Red shoes, good night, PJ. I'm a Clover, good night, PJ. Lainey, night, PJ. Daisy Days, night, PJ. Three of a Kind is cracking up at old goat. Lisa says, so, MM, I think Jamie Kloss had something to do with the murder of her parents. What? I thought Jamie Kloss was the one who was taken from her bed by people who knew her parents. I'm so confused. So the thing on the book that I talked about in the caption, it might get done this weekend. It might be up on Kindle. And if so, then I'll throw together a quickie live chat to talk about it with you guys. Polly? Not Polly, Polly? Lilu says, LOL, lots of love in this coven. Angela says, I will not be here for long, though. Okay, let's move forward with the mock trial. Everybody who is present, who is on one team or the other, please post a comment that says, I am on the blank team. Just like that. I just put, I am on the defense team. Paula, I am on the defense team. Melissa, I am on the parentheses insert side here. Team. Oh. Lilu says, I want to be in chat. Lisa says, I am not participating. Oh my goodness. Thomas says, I want to be on the jury. I'm scrolling up here to see what we have here. Because we have, I'm thinking, right? Didn't we talk about having 4 each, right? I'm just looking. I'll be quiet here for a second while I'm looking. Paul says I'm on the A team. Okay, so at this point, Melissa, go ahead and choose if you want defense or prosecution. Whatever Melissa decides. I'm a Clover says, I pity the fool. So whatever Melissa wants, Melissa gets, and we have Danielle as our judge. So Melissa, do you want to be on defense or prosecution? Wait, Lilu, are you defense or prosecution? Lilu? Hang on one second, Melissa, because I think Lilu said one or the other. We have 3 and 3 without Lilu and Melissa figured out on which side. So Lilu, which side are you? Because Melissa said wherever I'm most needed. And I do think Melissa would do well on either side for sure. Is Lilu here? Here's Lilu. Lilu, are you on one of the teams or no? Lilu says, ooh, Danielle is a judge. Oh, hell yes. Lilu, are you defense or prosecution? And just so you know, we've already bought off Danielle, so she's just going to rubber stamp whatever shenanigan maker wants, right? Danielle, I hope Danielle agrees with that. Busy Mom wants to be prosecution. Lilu, Angela said she would be either. Okay, Angela, Busy Mom. But Lilu, where are you? Lilu wants to be in chat. Okay, then Melissa, we do need you on defense, if that's okay. Okay, I'm going to read off names, and you guys tell me if I get them wrong, and tell me who I'm missing, okay? And if I'm missing you, then definitely jump up and tell me, okay? This is what I think we have so far, but I'm not sure, so you guys tell me. Ooh, Robin's on the fence, but Robin, you are on prosecution, I thought. Or is, I don't know. Am I getting way too confused already? I think this is what we have so far, but definitely you guys correct me if I'm wrong. Defense. Well, first I'll say the judge, Danielle, the nail filer. Defense. Paula, shenanigan maker, Melissa, and me. Prosecution. Robin, Jane, Janelle, Angela, and Busy Mom. Who am I missing? And what do you think? Red Shoe says you broke up. Bad internet. Okay, I'll say it again. Defense. Paula, shenanigan maker, Melissa, and me. Prosecution team. Robin, James, Janelle, Angela, Busy Mom. What am I missing? Who am I missing? Wait, Angela, are you on prosecution? Robin says different Robin. Okay. Janelle says Hakuna Matata. Of course. A monkey's uncle says order. Order in the court. Busy Mom says 5 for prosecution and 4 for defense, question mark. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4. That is correct. Oh, Angela said no. Gotta go. Okay. So we're 4 and 4. Am I missing anybody? I'm going to count to 3. I count to 3 very slowly, but I'm going to count to 3. So if you want to be on the defense or the prosecution and I missed your name, then definitely say something quick in the comment threads before I get to 3. 1, 1.5, 2, 2.5, 2 3/4, 2 7/8, 2 15/16, 2 31/32, 2 63/64, Red Shoes wants to go prosecution and 3. Okie dokie. Shenanigan Maker, we have 6. 1, 2, 3. Nope, we have 5. 5 prosecutors and 4 defense. I'm going to read it again. Let's see if we have it right. And then we're going to move right on to the witnesses. Our judge is Danielle. Our defense is Paula, Shenanigan Maker, Melissa, and me. Our prosecutors are Robin, who I don't think Robin is here tonight. So you know what? We might just have 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. We have on the prosecution team, Jame, Janelle, Busy Mom, and Red Shoes. 4 and 4. Where is Robin? That's a different Robin, Red Shoes. Robin, if you're here, jump right up quick if you can. I don't mean jump up on the panel. I mean jump up and chat quick if you want. Well, this is what we have. I'll say it again, and then we're going to move on to witnesses. Danielle is our judge. She's our absent judge, by the way. I bet she's probably doing her nails. And that's okay, because she's our judge who files her nails during proceedings. The defense team, Paula, Shenanigan Maker, Melissa, and me. Prosecution, James, Janelle, Busy Mom, and Red Shoes. Jessica wants to go to the prosecution side. Jessica 78. Okie dokie. Any other last minute adjustments? Emma Clover says, Janelle, you got this. Melissa will help you. Actually, Melissa's on the defense. Melissa says, Jess wants prosecution. Yep, I just put Jess on the list. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on prosecution. Where is Robin? Robin, wait. Okay, I'm confused now. Robin, are you our prosecutor? Who is the Robin I've been talking to? Okay, we have 6 on prosecution. I'm going to read the list again. Correct me if I'm wrong and correct me fast. Danielle is our judge. Defense, Paula, Shenanigan Maker, Melissa, and me. Prosecution, James, Robin, Janelle, Busy Mom, Red Shoes, and Jessica 78. How's that sound, you guys? Are we good? Are we good to go? Janelle says, the fact that we have defense willing to help a prosecutor shows just how dang nice we are. Yeah, but I think the other defense lawyers are going to go, what are you thinking helping the prosecution? I know, Robin, and I got confused. Okay, good. Red Shoe says, let's go. On to the witness list. Witness list. I am going to make a decision for our nail filing judge in her absence, even though I have no right to do so as a member of the defense team, but I'm going to do it anyway. Because this is a mock trial, so whatever. We're going to limit our witnesses to 15 witnesses total. We're not going to worry about which witness is for the prosecutor and which witness is for the defense. All of us in chat are going to figure out who the top 15 witnesses are. Okay? I just turned the page too, so I have a clean piece of paper. So let's start over Instead of telling me your top 3, tell me your top number 1 witness. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm going to make this even tougher, you guys. This is going to get even tougher. We're going to go with 10 witnesses. Only 10. That's it. 10 witnesses. And then we'll do, like when witness XYZ is on the stand, the prosecution can ask the questions, the defense can cross-examine the witness, the prosecution can do a little recross, and then the defense can do a little recross, whatever. So 10. 10 will make this very difficult for us to narrow it down to the top 10, okay? The top 10. Otherwise, if we have a long list of witnesses, this is just going to get like really, like, you know, let's just do the top 10 witnesses. The top 10 people who we want to put on the stand. We'll talk about the evidence in a second, James. But you're right, the officer's body cam is important to look at. So the top 10 witnesses, who would be the one witness? If you could only call one witness, who would it be? Robin says N.A.'s son. Shenanigan Maker says CPS caseworker. Paula says N.A. Lainey says S.R. I say Cindy Watts. James says the Fed's interview, and I think that is also evidence, James. That's like the officer's body cam, and that's coming up right after we get the top 10 witnesses. Bumblebee says Mr. Burson. I have no idea who that is. N.A. James says objection. Well, I'm kind of acting like a fill-in judge in Danielle's absence, so I'll say objection, overruled. Or I should say, what is your objection, James? I should probably hear the objection before I overrule it. Oh, the coroner. Okay. But that evidence can come in with the autopsy without the coroner. The attorney who had a conversation with SW at the restaurant. Emma Clover says MM. I could testify about all the crap that we've been putting up with for the last 2.5 years. Lily says the neighbor. Shenanigan Maker, I didn't see the second one. What was it? Bumblebee says to explain, like the missing scars. Spacebound says NK. Gina says Jim. Shenanigan Maker says if there's no proof of CPS, then prosecution shouldn't be worried about us bringing a CPS caseworker to the stand. Lainey says the family doctor. Thomas says CM. James says irrelevant. His objection is relevance. Overruled. James says it's all relevant. Do you want to be held in contempt of court, young man? Do you want me to send you to the pokey for a couple of days? Now sit down. Isn't that fun? Don't you love a mock trial? Spacebound says CPS caseworker and doc are good. James says zipping up. I think you're supposed to say thank you, Your Honor. Oh, good, Danielle's here. Danielle, I've been filling in for you. I rubber stamped the defense motion to remove the prosecutor, and then we're building the teams. We have the teams built, and now we're deciding which witnesses. James is our prosecutor, one of the prosecution team, and he's bordering on contempt, let me tell you. So I just threatened to put him in the pokey for a couple of days if he kept objecting, even though his objection was actually a good one. You know, it's a mock trial, so I just told him overruled. Ooh, is James threatening now? Not James. I've got to scroll up and see. James, you've got to go to jail for 2 days. Bailiff, put that young man in cuffs. You will learn, young man, that you will not be disrespectful to the court. Robin says, James, don't get us in trouble. James says, no CPS case has been shown, but we can't hear him because he's in jail. And since time moves more quickly in a mock trial on YouTube, he'll be out of jail in a couple minutes, and maybe then we'll hear what he has to say. We're going to bring him before Danielle to see if he'll apologize to the court. Melissa says, Jim has no relevance for defense. Lilu says, James, I'm coming for you, Mensa'S. I think the way the avocado said it was, I don't care if you're famous. I'm coming for ya. A monkey's uncle says, I leave for 2 minutes and MM is playing every part. And the voice that we can't hear because he's still in jail is saying, LOL, lots of love. I think that's his apology, so we'll let him come back now. Okay, Jane, your 2 days are up. You can come back. James says, Shenanigan Maker, case law prevents it. Shenanigan Maker says, Mensa'S. Melissa says, Janelle, me as well. Red Shoe says, I call her Thrive Mates in Arizona. Ooh. Okay, we have NA. Who would the next one be? Would it be Cassie? Help me here, because there's another one too, right? There's Cassie and Christina, I think. Were Cassie and Christina both in Arizona? I think Cassie was the one. Addie is another one, yeah. I don't know how many of these we want to have on here, though. Okay, so far, for sure, we have, okay, Christina Meacham, okay. So far, for sure, these are on the final witness lists, for sure. We have NA's son, NA, a CPS caseworker, SR, Cindy Watts, and the doctor. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we get 4 more. So choose very carefully. We only have 4 more in order to make this even more difficult. Okay, think about it, Robin. As far as the neighbor, what could he bring under oath? What could he bring that would tell us anything? Lilu says Nate also. Spacebound says Nate. Okay, never mind what he can bring because I've got a lot of you saying Nate. So we'll add Nate. Okay, so we have NA son, NA CPS caseworker, SR Cindy Watts, the doctor, and Nate. Bella's daycare teacher. What do you think of that one, you guys? I have CPS caseworker. Would that cover shenanigan maker for what you're saying? James, who just got out of jail, is saying relevance. Danielle, hurry. James is objecting. Cassie and Christina, Amanda and Nick. Child abuse investigation procedures, blah, blah, blah. Let's go ahead and have that under the CPS caseworker, the model program that was in place at the time of the tragedy that promoted keeping the children in the home instead of removing them. James says, yes, we love the teacher. Robin says, I need teacher. Okay. Did I put that on? Oh, so I put Bella's daycare teacher. Okay. Is it the one that did her hair in plaits? Ooh, I forgot about, I'm calling him Jay for the trial. I forgot about Jay and Dietz. I think you're right. Okay, are we there yet? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We've got it. We've got it. Okay, I'm going to read off the list. Tell me what you think of it. And remember, we're limiting it for a reason because otherwise this could go on and on and on, right? And it makes it more difficult if we have to really limit it to like the top 10, okay? So here we are for the witness list. And as I read this list, please consider stepping right up to the plate and volunteering to be this witness, okay? Number 1, NA's son. Number 2, NA. Number 3, CPS caseworker. Number 4, SR. Number 5, Cindy Watts. Number 6, the doctor. Number 7, the neighbor. Number 8, Bella's daycare teacher. Number 9, Jay, that's the friend who said that he believes that Christopher Watt's wife's health challenges were not physical. Number 10, the friend, the nurse friend, we'll call her. Okay, we have 10 witnesses. Now, who would like to be who? Or who would like to be whom? I believe is proper grammar. Spacebound, are you volunteering to be Jeremy? Okay, you guys are really wanting NK in this, aren't you? Okay, Spacebound is Jeremy. Where is Jeremy on my list? There he is. Spacebound is Jeremy. Okay. Nurse friend, please, is Curious C. Curious C is nurse friend. I added NK because you guys all want NK in there. So we have 11 instead of 10. Ooh, Jamie. Ooh, that's a good one too. We added NK, you guys, because you guys all wanted NK. Who wants to be NK? Right, you guys, NK has been added. So everyone know that we made it 11 instead of 10 so we could include NK, even though NK is not involved in any way except she was doinking her coworker. This totally goes against my opinion, but that's okay. James says, Shenanigan Maker, just try to bring in CPS, you will be laughed out of court. Actually, James, I don't know if you realize this or not, but this trial is pretty much fixed. Like you guys are gonna lose. We're gonna sweep the floor with you guys. You know that, right? Shenanigan Maker's just gonna sit back and shoot down your what was it you said, Shenanigan Maker, that was so funny? Shoot down their little balloons. Yeah, shoot darts at the what shoot reasonable doubt darts or something and pop their little balloons. Okay, let's hear from the volunteers. Who's who? Red Shoe says, ooh, bring in the heat, MM. James talking tough again. Susie says, why am I getting picked on for NK? Janelle says, defense is taking sheet. Well, Paul says, I'm disappointed we won't get to laugh that SW was making $500 a year at 24 years old. That's actually the evidence. We're going to do that as soon as we fill the witness spots. Then we're going to take a look at the top bits of evidence that we want to bring in. So let's hurry and get the witness spots filled. Okay, so we'll do it this way. Who wants to be NA's son? Susie says yes. Right, okay, I will be NK. Susie is NK. Susie. Lilu says, James, you're just vile. James says, I have politics in mind. Okay, who wants to be NA's son? Bling is the new black says, I'll be NK if I can talk about how great the sex was. We have an NK. Red Shoe says, I'll be NS son. Who is NS's son? Are you talking about NA's son and your little pinky went to the S instead of the A? I'm a Clover says, why not Tammy? Because we limited the list down to the bare bones, I'm a Clover, to make it more difficult. Lilu says, haha, taking one for the team. James says, you are all supporting a Kellogg serial killer. Red Shoe says, yes, I'll be NA's son. Okay, we've got that one. We need a CPS caseworker. CPS caseworker. Who wants to be a CPS caseworker? Shenanigan Maker wants to do an emergency defense motion to remove James from the prosecution team. If you want, I can put him back in jail. He likes that. James says, Captain Crunch. Shenanigan Maker says he's a troll. Melissa says, I'm a mandated reporter in real life. Would you like to be the social worker, Melissa? Is that what you're really saying? Are you hinting that you want to be the CPS caseworker? Lainey is our bailiff, and Lainey says, do I have to put him in cuffs again? I think he likes it, Lainey. Okay, Melissa says, why not? So, well, there are some why nots, because anyone taking part in this mock trial does stand the possibility of having a bunch of scumbag attackers starting to harass you and stuff. So, I mean, we'd love to have you, but definitely think about it. You know what I'm saying? Robin says, yes, Melissa. Melissa said, yep. Okay, so I'm putting you down, Melissa, unless you change your mind in the next 3 seconds. Un, deux, trois. We have our CPS caseworker. Who wants to be NA? Spacebound is JL. That is correct. Spacebound is JL. Who wants to be NA? We need NA. Who wants to be NA? I don't think Honey Badger's here, Paul T. James says Paula. Paula's on the defense. Red Shoe says, come on. Who wants to be NA? We need an NA. Shenanigan Maker makes a body shaming comment. Samantha Irwin says, sorry, I missed this. I'll have to watch replay. Paul says Brenda Q. Brenda Q isn't here either, though. James says, NA, we need NA. Melissa says, OMG. Lilu's talking about NK being in Myrtle Beach and at the airport. Paula says, Shan, OMG, laugh, 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 laugh. Busy Mountain says, Shenanigan Maker, LOL, lots of love. Okay, do we have any volunteers to be NA? Samantha says, love you, Mensa, XXX. Love you too, Samantha. Shenanigan Maker says, women. James says, how many Melissas can we have here? Lilu says she was right there watching SW. Janelle says, Lilu, that hussy. Robin says, Shenanigan Maker, ha, 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 ha. Melissa 627 says, you're too funny. I love this chat. She got the spelling right, but she missed the apostrophe. I don't know, you guys. What do you think? Susie says, I was not at the beach. Side eye. Broken Dreams says, I'll be NA. Thank you, Broken Dreams. NA equals Broken Dreams. Who wants to be SR? We need a volunteer for SR. Step right up. We need a volunteer to play SR. And if any of you are like undercover trolls who are just sent here to watch and take notes for your, fearless wonder leader, maybe you guys should volunteer to be some of these parts in the mock trial, so then you don't have anything to whine about if you don't like the way the trial goes. You know what I'm saying? Like, now's your chance, right? Join the trial. Join in the discussion, right? We need a volunteer to play SR. The prosecutor is making defamatory statements against the witnesses. This will be a good trial, I think. It'll be interesting, I should say. Lainey says leader, ha ha ha. Melissa says Fearless Wonder Leader LMBO. Laugh my butt off. Okay, so we're waiting for the volunteer. Like this entire live chat is put on hold until we get a volunteer to play SR. Lilu's attacking one of our witnesses. I think she's trying to intimidate a witness before trial. Melissa says, laugh my butt off. I'm a mom. LOL. Lots of love. We currently have 102 people in chat right now, and there are only 28 of us who are actually actively taking part in the chat. That means, let's see, I'm not that good at mental math let me see here. 28, 102, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 74 people are watching. Of those 74 people, no doubt there are people here who were sent here to spy on us, like Lainey shows us with the side eye. So I am appealing to the 72 people who are here to just watch. Feel free to volunteer to be one of the witnesses. This too shall pass wants to make it clear that she is not here to spy on us. She's at work and she's listening. Freudian slip. Hi, MM. Hey, Freudian slip, would you like to be SR? Who wants to be SR? Okay, going once. Samantha says, I'll do someone. I'm not bothered who. Would you like to be SR, Samantha? As I write your name down next to the initials SR on my master list here. Who wants to be Cindy Watts? Kathy Jo, would you say yes to Cindy Watts? I just saw you say, I will, would you be Cindy Watts, Kathy Jo? Shenanigan Maker says, Kathy, be Cindy. Busy Mom says, trolls. Kathy Jo says, whoever you need. Okay, Kathy Jo, you are Cindy Watts. Thank you very much. Or the doctor, and I think the doctor is going to play a lot of different roles. The doctor is probably going to be an OBGYN, a pediatrician, a coroner. I think the doctor is going to play a lot of roles, and you don't have to know diddle shit, okay? You can volunteer to be a doctor if you don't have any medical expertise. That's fine. I mean, come on, right? It's a mock trial. Who would like to be the doctor? We promise to ask you questions that'll be easy to answer. On the Lake says, not here to spy. I can't get my thoughts together fast enough to be anyone. Weezer 80, hi Weezer, says, I'm too stressed this week. Have to just be a concerned citizen. Well, any of you who don't want to play a role, that's okay, because you play an important role, because everybody in the chat will be in the jury too. So these are the witnesses that we still need to fill. Bumblebee be the doctor? Is Bumblebee? Oh, Margaret. Margaret says, I'll be the doctor. Dr. Margaret. Thank you, Margaret. Okay, who wants to be Nate? The ones we're waiting to fill right now are Nate, Bella's daycare provider, Oh, that's all we need. We just need 2 more. We're better. It's better than I thought. So we need Nate and Bella's daycare provider. Who wants to be Nate? Jessica says, I'll be Amanda. Jessica, I thought you were a prosecutor. Would you rather be the teacher than the prosecutor? Okay, Jessica, tell me if you want to be the teacher or a prosecutor. Lainey says Nosy Nate. Lainey, are you saying you'll be Nosy Nate or the teacher? Lainey wants to be Nosy Nate. Okay. Nosy Nate is Lainey. And then now I need to know, okay, Lainey is Nate. Now I need to go from, oh, Very Vanessa says I'll be Nosy Nate. I want to find something out from Jessica. Jessica, do you want to be a prosecutor or do you want to be the teacher or what? I'm confused. Very Vanessa, would you mind being the teacher? Okay, we have a little bit of a slip up here. It's like a log jam. Okay, we have a little log jam going on here. I need to hear from Jessica 78. Jessica 78, are you a prosecutor or do you want to play a witness? Busy Mom says, off the subject, guys, but did y'all hear that Letitia Stark is going to represent herself in her upcoming trial? Susie says, I'm on the Googles looking at wedding dresses. Oh no. That's a good one, Susie. Okay, I'm not hearing it all from Jessica. 78. There she goes. Daycare provider. Thank you, Jessica. But what about, okay, so we have our witnesses, and I've got my list here. Jessica is axed off of the prosecution list. Very Vanessa. Very Vanessa. Wait, Lainey, you're the bailiff, right? Okay, Lainey, if you're going to be Nate, then we need. Lainey, if you're Nate, then we need a bailiff. Who wants to be the bailiff? Is Jamie in contempt of court again? I think he likes the food in jail. Danielle wants to know who the law clerk is to do her research. Don't worry, Danielle. We'll tell you how to rule. Just ask Shenanigan Maker. She'll tell you exactly how to rule. We'll talk about it on the golf course on Wednesday. Lainey just posted a comment that I'm like, I can't believe Lainey just said that. And then I'm like, somebody must be doing like a copy profile or something. Seriously, I looked at this comment that Lainey just posted. I'm like, somebody is pretending to be Lainey right now, and they just posted this really offensive comment, right? And then I remembered Lainey is the neighbor Nate, and then I remembered about the bush. Boy, I almost blocked you, Lainey. I almost thought you were a fake. Melissa says, ugh, need my glasses. Lainey says, no, it's me. Yeah, I remembered the bush that was in the way. Because when I saw your comment, I'm like, ooh, that's nasty. Shenanigan Maker says, can I get a list of emails, Mensa'S? I'm not sure because I don't want to give anyone's email, but I don't want you guys putting your emails in here either because then people will see them who you don't want them, seeing them. Melissa said, LOL, lots of love on them. I didn't get it at first either. I know it. I'm looking at that comment going, who is this person? I mean, I know we talked about our boobs the other day, but still, that's taking it way low, I mean, low standards. Lainey says, geez, I'm getting in character. James says, no private emails, please, or no private emails, folks. Definitely don't, you guys, because remember, the scumbag attackers enjoy our chats even more than we do. Oh, don't do that. Don't do that, Kathy Jo. Can you delete that? If you can delete your comment, Kathy Jo, then delete your comment, please. Like, delete it fast if you can. Oh, no. Shenanigan Maker says, I already got it, Kathy. I'll tell you, my life really changed for the better once I learned how to take screenshots. Let me tell you. James says she was kidding, MM. Robin says go through Facebook Messenger, but I don't know because I still don't really. I don't know, you guys. I don't think so because we don't know who anybody is, right? And I would just really hate to have any of you go through any of the BS harassment crap, I'll just say this. Everybody who shares whatever, just share at your own risk, Be super hyper vigilant because who knows, right? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and read the list. Tell me if I have everything right or what's wrong or whatever. Shenanigan Maker says, can I send it to you, Mensa'S, and you send it out? Well, the thing that isn't okay is we don't know for sure if maybe someone who's volunteered is definitely part of the pack, right? We don't know for sure. So I don't know. So we have Danielle is our judge, henceforth known as Your Honor. Defense team, Paula, Shenanigan Maker, Melissa, and me. Prosecution, Robin, James, Janelle, Busy Mom, and Red Shoes. 10 witnesses. NA's son is Red Shoes. CPS caseworker is... What? Who's the CPS caseworker? I wrote model program next to it and thought I had a name. Who was it who volunteered to be the CPS caseworker? I'll keep reading, but whoever volunteered to be the CPS caseworker, you said that you were a reporter or something in life, in real life, a mandatory reporter. Will you please give me your name or please post that you're the CPS caseworker? Because I didn't write your name down. Oh, goodness. Janelle says I'm down to less than 45 minutes till my kids get home. Okay, guys, come on, let's hurry up. Hurry up. Time is of the essence. Shenanigan Maker says winging things leads to disorder and turns to a shit show. Exactly, Shenanigan Maker. Exactly right. Does anybody know who our CPS caseworker is? Oh, Melissa with the extra A's. That's right. That's right. I knew that. I knew that. Oh my goodness. Okay. I'll start at the top. NA Sun, Red Shoes, CPS caseworker, Melissa. NA, Broken Dreams, SR, Samantha, Cindy Watts, Kathy Joe. The Doctor, Margaret. Nate, Lainey, Bella's daycare teacher, Jessica 78. JL is Spacebound. The friend, the nurse friend is Curious C. NK is Susie. Did I get them all right? Next question. Who wants to do the opening statement? Next Friday night, the opening statement. It doesn't have to be perfect, but it has to be good. Red Shoes says, within 2 weeks of resubbing to MM, I had my PayPal and my email hacked. It is a serious thing going on, you guys, seriously, about exchanging emails and stuff. Be super, super careful. Shenanigan Maker, opening statement on point. Shenanigan Maker, would you like to do the opening statement for the defense team? It's between Paula, Shenanigan Maker, Melissa, or me. So which one of us are doing the opening statement next Friday evening? You are welcome to read it, and you're welcome to ask, like, if the others of us on the team have any ideas for it, if you want any input. Shenanigan Maker says, I've already written most of it, so yes, LOL, lots of love. Okay, opening statement, Shenanigan Maker, next Friday. And I'm telling you, I'm actually looking forward to hearing what Shenanigan Maker says in an opening statement. I really am. I'm looking forward to it. Here's another thing. If any of you witnesses, if any of you members of the defense or prosecution do not want to get up on the panel, then you are welcome to submit whatever you want to say in writing or in the chat. That's okay, because we're not here to push you beyond your, you know, safety zone. And prosecution, who wants to present the opening statement? And just for those of you who may not know, the opening statement is not a closing argument. The opening statement is not an emotional plea. The opening statement is not anything more or less than basically an outline of what the jurors can expect to see you presenting in court. Okay? It's just a kind of an outline of what they can expect to see. So who on the prosecution team wants to write and present, or have somebody else present, or whatever, the opening statement next Friday evening? Our prosecution team again is James, Janelle, Robin, Red Shoes, and Busy Mom. So decide among yourselves real quick, who wants to do the opening statement for the prosecution next Friday? Red Shoes says, gotta prepare for this. Red Shoes, you know what? I have you down as NA Sun and as prosecution. I made a mistake here. Which one are you? Are you prosecution or NA Sun? iRoll says, are y'all doing a mock trial? I'm clearly late to the game. So Red Shoes, I'm going to take you off of prosecution because you're NA Sun. And if I'm wrong, holler quick. So out of James, Janelle, Busy Mom, and Robin, which one of you are presenting the opening statement next Friday evening? James says, okay, Janelle, I will do it. Okay, does that mean James is presenting the opening statement? I just wrote down that he is. So James is presenting the opening statement. So next Friday evening, we will have the opening statements presented by the prosecution first, and then the defense. James will be presenting the opening statement for the prosecution. Shenanigan Maker will be presenting the opening statement for the defense. I think that's going to be kick butt interesting. I really do. I think it is going to be so interesting. Tell me yes or no. Number 1, if it's a yes. Number 2, if it's a no. Should we be prepared to have 2 witnesses on the stand next Friday night? And if so, which witnesses? Oscar Hotel Sierra. Oh, good. Thomas is prepared to be a witness in the event we have a no-show. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you. So number 1, yes. If we should have a couple of witnesses. Danielle says, I roll. Melissa says, this is the only plans I've had for a Friday night in too long. I know, that's kind of depressing, isn't it, that we look forward to this crap? Red Shoes is sweating buckets. Okay, 1 for witnesses. 1 for witnesses. Red Shoe says, why, MM? I don't know why what. Danielle, I can't see it. Paula Joyner, 1 for witnesses. Oh, I forgot something. Okay, so we'll do witnesses next week. But I forgot something. I mean, after the opening statements, we'll call our first witnesses, the first 2 witnesses. Red Shoe says, am I off the case now? Red Shoes, are you the one that was on both Nate's? You were the Nate and you were on the prosecution. Which one do you want, Nate or prosecution? Because if Red Shoes wants to be on prosecution, then we need to find a Nate witness. Okay, I think you're right, Shenanigan Maker. We'll do openings and 1 witness. And then let's think about who that witness should be. But I need to know from Red Shoes. Here we go. Red Shoes says we should do like a Zoom or something like to share evidence. Red Shoes, are you on prosecution or are you Nate, the witness? Susie says Lainey is Nate. Actually, I have Lainey. Where do I have Lainey? You're right, I do. I have Red Shoes as N.A.'s son. Sorry, I was saying Nate, but it's N.A.'s son. So I need to know if Red Shoes wants to be N.A.'s son or prosecution. Danielle says I'll go live in my salon with her black robe on. Kathy Jo says, MM, you can forward my email on to Shan, the real one, da 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 da. Private Pirate, hey, Private Pirate. I need an answer from Red Shoes. Red Shoes, are you on the prosecution team or are you NA's son? My email's easy. It's missmensa@gmail. So whoever wants to exchange whatever, feel free to email me and tell me exactly what you want me to do. But be very clear with me what you want me to do with your email, okay? I'm not hearing from Red Shoes. What's going on, Red Shoes? Did I miss it? Did you respond and I missed it? Samantha wants to know if she can say check the knives in that voice, please. Okay, everybody ask Red Shoes if Red Shoes is on the prosecution or if she's NA's son. There she goes. I'll go Nate, but I'll get slaughtered. But it isn't Nate, Red Shoes. I was wrong. It's NA's son. So do you want to be NA's son or a prosecutor? James says, got my little guy awaiting. Okay, well, good. Get out of here before you get thrown back in jail, Jane. Have a great night. Yes, we can do a group chat. Well, I don't know if it'd be a group chat. I don't know how to do that. But we can do another chat. Okay, Red Shoes, please answer. Prosecution or NA's son? Everyone's saying goodnight, James. Samantha, yes, please. Melissa, 627. Red Shoes says NA's son, prosecution. Which one is it? Come on, Red Shoes. Answer the question. Do you want to be NA's son or the prosecution? Come on. I'm sitting here quietly waiting to hear from Red Shoes. I've spent 10 minutes now saying, Red Shoes, what? Tell me. And she says yes to a multiple choice question. Red Shoes, one or the other, which one? Oh, shenanigan maker. Got it. Okay. Susie's going through her book of spells. Okay, Red Shoes, if you want to be NA's son, I want you to type just NA's son. If you want to be prosecution, write prosecution. And who wants to be the bailiff? We still need a bailiff. Shenanigan maker, the prosecution's witness, NA's son. Okay, got it. So we still need a bailiff. Who wants to be bailiff? Craig. Craig wants to be bailiff. Thank you, Craig. Okay, I'm going to read. You ready? Yeah, that's what it is, shenanigan maker. Because I spent like 10 minutes asking, so that's what it is. So good job. Thank you. Okay, here we go. The judge is Danielle. The defense team is Paula, Shenanigan Maker, Melissa, and me. The prosecutors are James, Robin, Busy Mom, and Janelle. Thomas is going to be a backup for whoever doesn't show up. We're doing opening statements next Friday evening. Shenanigan Maker for the defense, James for the prosecution. Yes, we will have one witness after opening statements. These are who our witnesses are. N.A.'s son, Red Shoes. CPS caseworker, Melissa, with a lot of extra A's. N.A., Broken Dreams. Our bailiff is Craig. S.R. is Samantha. Cindy Watts is Kathy Joe. The doctor is Margaret. Nate is Laney. Bella's daycare teacher is Jessica 78. J.L. is Spacebound. The nurse friend, is Curious C. And N.K. is Susie. So now we decide who is the first witness that we'll be calling. So how does that typically work? Think about it with the trials that you've watched. How does it typically work? Who's the first witness? And remember, you want to save the really good witnesses also for the very end too, right? You kind of want to sandwich the not so exciting witnesses in the middle a little bit, right? So the first witness, the first witness should probably establish that the tragedy did happen, right? Samantha says, what time in the UK? I have no idea. How many hours different are y'all? Like 5 or 6 hours? We have NA's son, NA's son. Who do you think our first witness should be? We have 10 witnesses, Melissa. That's how you guys can tell which Melissa I'm talking to. Melissa on the defense team is Melissa. But the Melissa who is, let's see, the CPS caseworker is Melissa. Okay? Spacebound says NA's son, or, and then it flipped up really fast. Red Shoe says I stated NA's son, witness for the prosecution. Got it, good, that's how we have it. Good, thank you, Red Shoes. Susie says the UK is 5 hours ahead of EST, Eastern Standard Time. Melissa says OMG. Face palm, LOL, lots of love. I gotta change my name. Sorry. Okay, so everybody, if you want NA's son to be the first witness, number 1. If you want somebody else, number 2. I don't think we should start with NA's son. Never mind. Forget that vote. Forget that vote. We want somebody who can set the stage, like that. Yes, the deaths occurred. Yes, they were in Weld County. You know what I mean? So let's see. Who should the first witness be? We should probably add a police officer. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, you guys. Okay, instead of 11 witnesses, we're going to have 12. We're going to go with Detective B. Who wants to be Detective B? Coonrod or B? Well, we'll just say L.E. That's all. We won't say which one. We'll let L.E. play all the roles. So who wants to be the cop? And next week, we're going to start with the cop. The cop is going to be our first witness. We're not sure which cop you are yet. Maybe Baumhover. Maybe Coonrod. Okay, Coonrod. So the first witness will be the cop. So that way he can establish that, yes, there was a tragedy and that, yes, it happened within that county to show that the court has jurisdiction, right? So who is our volunteer to be Coonrod next Friday night? Is Coonrod the first one there? Or was that Baumhover? Coonrod is the first one there, right? Is Coonrod the one who's hot? That hopped down in the window well? Is that Coonrod? If that's Coonrod, he's our first witness next Friday night. Who wants to be Coonrod? And you know what? Let's go ahead and add Baumhover too. Who wants to be Coonrod? And who wants to be Baumhover? I knew this was going to happen. See how hard it is to do it with just a few? Yeah, the window well guy. I think that's Coonrod, right? And B is the detective. Okay, good. We'll start with the hottie cop first. Who wants to be Coonrod? We need a volunteer to be Coonrod. Okay, I just let the dog in, got a good drink of water, and I came back and it doesn't look like anyone's volunteering to be Coonrod. We need a Coonrod. Should we sign up Cooter? Curious C says, I think Cooter should LOL lots of love, but he's not here. Let's go ahead and volunteer Cooter, except he isn't here. But Cooter would make a great Coonrod. I think we should elect Cooter as Coonrod. We'll go ahead and elect them against his will. Now we need a Baumhover. Any Baumhover volunteers? Okay, no volunteers for Baumhover, so I'm taking Baumhover off the witness list at this point. So let's see. We have our witnesses. We elected somebody to be our first witness, Coonrod, so I'll touch base with him really fast and ask if he minds. If he minds, then we'll figure out what to do. Let's do this for sure. On Friday evening, we know for sure that we're going to have opening statements, and they are going to be kick butt, like I said. Yeah, Cooter would be a perfect Coonrod. I'll tell him that we elected him Coonrod, and if he's okay with that, then that's great. I'll ask him to be ready on Friday night to be. I almost said interviewed. To testify. Okay, you know what? We got all of the work done. Danielle, you did a kick butt job tonight. In your absence, you did a great job. Seriously. Because we're moving forward, man. The teams are formed, the jury's already seated, and we're ready to roll with opening statements. Yes, Paula Cooter, the hottie cop who jumps into window wells. I'm thinking that maybe some of our conferring could be together in a chat, because it is a mock trial, right? But I agree with Shenanigan Maker. We do want to keep it kind of on a smooth path here so that it doesn't turn into a total circus. Robin says, what about the list of questions? Yeah, that's where we want to confer. You're right, you guys. Right. In direct examination, the questions should not be leading. That is correct. And we will be on our feet if they are. And since we've already paid off Danielle, any of our objections will probably win, right? Our objections will be sustained, I hope, if we've paid Danielle enough. I think too that we should do like they did in that Arias trial. Remember how they would take questions from the jurors? I think that's a good idea. I think the prosecution should have their questions, the defense should have their questions, and then I think we should open it up to the jury to ask the witness questions also, just like they did out in Arizona during the Arias trial. Because that way the jury members in chat can, think of what we didn't think of, right? Melissa says, if anyone is CW not communicating with anyone until trial, should we have a gag order? I think we should have a gag order against anybody talking with the VO5 type channels. Robin wants to know if she can put a plea agreement on the table. LOL, lots of laughs. Samantha says that it's the prosecution that needs to be bribing the judge, isn't it? Oh, we don't bribe. We just right out buy it. Yeah, maybe we should do a special hearing to get the gag orders in place. We could do a gag order for like each channel. It's a mock trial, you know, it's our trial, right? Maybe we should do gag orders. We should issue gag orders for all the YouTube channels. Any YouTube channel except for the ones who are taking part in this mock trial. Gag. Red Shoe says we need more time. We've had 2.5 years, Red Shoes. You need more time for what? Uh-oh, Shenanigan Maker is overworked. Well, it's good that it's the weekend, Shenanigan Maker, and I think there's going to be sunshine, right? So it's a good time to revitalize. Melissa with the extra A's says, anyone who's in the mock trial, there's no need to watch any other channel. I'll let you know what they say. Oh, that's so cute. When I first heard a channel creator saying that, I'm thinking to myself, did they just say that? Seriously? And then they say it all the time. It's really funny. Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, now don't watch them. Just trust me. I'll tell you the truth. I'll tell you exactly what they're really saying. Fred Shoe says, who is CW? I think we should do a universal gag order, Shenanigan Maker. Will you write that, please? The judge will sign it, right, Danielle? Because we're the corrupt defense team. Well, actually, it would be the judge that's corrupt. Well, we'd all be corrupt, I guess. But I think we should just gag everybody. Except us. Ooh, Shenanigan Maker's going to be working all weekend. Okay, well, definitely don't stay up too late. If we keep talking, definitely don't stay up too late. So you guys want to talk about the case now that we have everything set for next week? Samantha says, Mensa, you have kept me sane during lockdown. Thank you so much for all the LOL, LOL. Lots of love, lots of love. If you turn to this channel to keep you sane, honey, I'm sorry. No, really, I think there have been a lot of us who have found, I think, you know, just the big picture looking over the last 2.5 years, right? I think a lot of us have found a connection here that is very authentic and meaningful. The same with the Patreon members, you know. In Patreon, a lot of times we just email back and forth and talk about different things about the case. And it's like, it's a meaningful connection to actually be able to discuss the case in the safety zone, right? Where we're not getting hammered because we're stating the obvious. You know, I think it's important that we're brave enough to stand up for our right to discuss a true crime case, for Pete's sake. for a right to be free of, being abused and harassed. And for Bella and Cece's right to have adults looking at that case and going, wait a minute, what about Bella and Cece? And also for Cindy Watts' right, too. And she's not my favorite person, but she certainly has the right to not be getting harassed by a bunch of scumbag attackers, that's for sure. She's Bella's Mimi. She's Bella and Cece's Mimi. And she happens to be the woman who Christopher Watts' wife chose to babysit the girls when they went on that vacation. That says a lot. It does, doesn't it? We just have to be careful. Like earlier, I told Ima that your phone is not allowed at bubble bath time, right? Because we just have to really kind of encourage each other to definitely answer your phone when your phone rings. Like, don't let your phone calls go to voicemail. Because this is just YouTube. This is just a true crime case. This is a hobby, nothing more. Well, there is more, but you know what I'm saying. Because, like I've said a lot, especially in the last few months, I think we have a duty to discuss this case. I think we have a duty, a responsibility to every child to examine this case and to discuss this case and to promote awareness about what we see with this case. Ooh, Robin's a toughie. Robin says that she deals with cattle and horses all day, so I'm not easily bullied or intimidated. Paula says, all I saw from Cindy was a loving grandma. Same here, Paula. Kathy Jo says, listen to MM talking about me. Lots of love, MM. I agree, very Vanessa. I do think that Bella was able to really be herself around her Mimi. I think she felt safe and loved, and I think she was safe and loved around her Mimi. I was just clicking on the thing I was the thing I was writing. One of the things I was writing. Hold on, let me look. Okay, Cindy Watts, a woman of strength and love. Here are, this will bore you guys silly, but I think you might want to hear them. I'll read you the chapter headings for this little ditty. That I'm writing about Cindy Watts. And see what you think. Maybe if you think of any I'm missing. Here are the chapter headings. Starts off with a foreword, then the introduction. The first one is A Mother's Instinct. Then the next one is Not Welcome at the Wedding. The next one is Learning of the Pregnancy on Facebook. The next one is Who Apologized to Whom? The next one is Happy Birthday, Mimi. The next one is The Dining Room Table? Question mark. The next one is The Trip to the Zoo. Next is Walking on Eggshells. Next is Where Did Christopher Go? Next is Both Kids Are Sick Again. Next is titled Come Hell or High Water. Next is Keep the Girls Away from Her Parents? Question mark. Next is Where did her supposed best friend go? Question mark. Next is both children in daycare full-time? Question mark. Next is surgeries, asthma, allergies, diseases? Question mark. The next one is only the expensive chocolate will do. The next one is the girls look like two little birdies. The next one is lots of Tylenol. Then poor Dieter. Then bonding with Bella. Then the $375 shopping spree. Then who is going to watch the kids? Question mark. Then does that mean you love me? Question mark. And then the next one is she came charging toward me. The next one is the kids will never step foot in your house again. The next one is yes, we will go to the party. The next one is more abuse and harassment. The next one is the present that was returned. The next one is the family vacation at Myrtle Beach. The next one is no, your parents cannot see the kids. The next one is you can talk with your dad, but your mother is not welcome. The next one is over my dead body. The next one is afraid to Skype with the girls. The next one is the day that Cindy's life changed forever. The next one is Christopher's admission of guilt. The next one is we just want to know the truth. The next one is a woman of strength and love. And the last chapter is no matter what, we love you. And then I have afterward and about the author. So what do you think of them apples, guys? I'm reading the comments. It looks like we're having a love fest. This is cool. Oh, Janelle's going now? The kids are back from grandma? Good night, Janelle. Paula says Cindy worked all day, cooking meals, caring for her family, hardworking woman. Exactly. Robin says Bella was so happy around her Mimi. Exactly. Jessica78 says, I don't know why people give Cindy such a hard time. I have a theory as to why. I think Cindy knows stuff. And I think that people are hoping she doesn't talk about the stuff she knows. Oh, Melissa's taken off. Melissa says, got to put my daughter to bed, or at least try. I'll email you back tonight, Shan Maker. Love you all. Love you too, Melissa. Lainey says, have you got a title? I do for that one. I have Cindy Watts, A Woman of Strength and Love. We were going to talk about the title for the other one, though. Did you guys have any ideas on that? I forgot about that. We were going to talk about the title. Paula says, I think Cindy knows SW's secrets. I agree with you, Paula, and I think that's part of why Cindy has been getting attacked from day one. Kathy Jo says, check the knives. Shenanigan Maker says, my book name idea for if I wrote a Watts book was going to be Time for a Reset. Yes, the magazine cover that she was on. Exactly. Or maybe just call it Reset. That'd be cool. Susie says, do we get royalties? For the people who talk about how people make a ton of money off of writing books and stuff, they really don't. It's a whole different picture than what people paint. You know, back in 2018, there were scumbag attackers saying I made $200,000 off of one of the books. It's like, yeah, they're just proving they don't have a clue about how the book industry works. Especially, I write short little ditties that I put up on Kindle. Some of the stuff might get like 34 cents a copy. Yeah, reset. I think reset sounds really good. I like time for a reset too. I like that. But just the word reset is like kind of compelling. Shenanigan Maker is multitasking right now. And she says that her grammar sucks when she can't look down. Wanda says, in my opinion, I think she knows her secrets and it's why they didn't just accept their son did it. I don't think it was because they just think he's perfect. She knows something. Exactly right, Wanda. Exactly right. Private Pirate says, Check the Knives is a great title. It definitely is. It cannot be denied that SR said that, and the Shiners can't explain it away. Exactly right. I like to write in the mornings. That's actually the part of the true crime hobby that I really enjoy is just writing about these different cases. I just got a big bunch of stuff on a case that I wrote an essay on a couple of years ago, and it's being appealed. And I went ahead and asked the sheriff's department for whatever information they had. And I spoke with a lady on the phone, and she was totally friendly. And she sent me a thumb drive with everything. So I need to really dig into that and write another book on that case because that's a really interesting one too. Lainey says, have you got a special area you write at? Yes, I do. And you know what? That really does work. You know, that's some of the advice that people will give writers when they start out is to kind of have a space for your writing and to really put it on your schedule, you know, to to allow yourself the time and the space and the quiet to write. And it really helps. It's very relaxing. It's interesting. Sometimes when I'm writing, I'll have a question about something and then I, you know, explore different information to kind of figure out which words and how I want to say it and stuff. And so it's just an interesting hobby for me. Paula says, do you think that Cindy knew too much and didn't call for help when SW flipped out? I think that Cindy honestly never even thought of calling for help. And I think that speaks volumes about what she knew. Exactly, Lainey. It's just like with Bible studies, same thing. Same thing. And I know it matters. It just matters. I mean, as we all know, I'm pretty ancient. And so I've had those years where that was routine, right? And it matters. If you don't have that place and that time set aside, then you're much less apt to say, hey, wait a minute, I haven't been digging into the Bible lately, right? All of a sudden you realize it's been a month since you've even opened up your Bible. Well, it's the same thing with writing. I have a friend who has the best writing ability. She's a retired teacher. She was educated at one of the finest universities in our country. In fact, we joke that she's my editor, but it's really difficult for me when she edits my work because She analyzes like every sentence, and she's very methodical. Uh-oh. Here goes my phone again. Hold on just a second. I'll be right back. Hey guys, I'm here. I've been looking at your comments while I've been gabbing on the phone really fast here, and I haven't seen that video that you're talking about, that chat, but I have received quite a few emails about it, and I think it's pretty disgusting. I just want to say overall, I think it's absolutely disgusting. But I think that we can kind of chalk it all up, right? It's what I said earlier. What is it that we were talking about this last week? What is it that we were talking about that got all the scumbag attackers, circling their wagons? Makes you kind of wonder, huh? I personally think it has to do with the time of death, because 6 hours after I uploaded that video about the time of death, boom, right? And it wasn't the one I put on YouTube. It was the one I put on Patreon. I put a Patreon video up about the time of death before I said anything on YouTube. 6 hours later, the other channels went berserko. So I kind of wonder, I think we're onto something about that with the patch. If she removed those patches every morning and there were just 40 minutes every 24-hour period that patch was not on her body, and that patch was removed after she woke up in the morning, I think we've got our time of death. And I think myself that when she heard Christopher Watts backing that truck up in the driveway, that's when the patch got ripped off fast, and that's when the rage surfaced. Again, I think the rage was surfacing already before that when she got home, but I think in the morning it surfaced again. And then the other thing I wanted to say is that there were two profiles in, I think it was in Cooter's live chat. Was it yesterday? And they were bouncing off of each other, right? And they were basically scumbag attackers. Well, to me, it seems crystal clear that there weren't really two profiles bouncing off of each other. To me, it seems pretty crystal clear that they were one person using two profiles. And then I'm getting emails about those two profiles showing up in the chats at the same time, bouncing off of each other. You and I don't do that. We don't have multiple profiles that we go running around playing troll like, right? But this is what the scumbag attackers have been doing for 2.5 years. Very few people are using multiple profiles. Very few people are actually involved with the attack. They just use so many fake profiles that they're trying to make it look like all these people, right? I don't think so. I don't think so at all. I think if we actually had an actual poll of actual people who are discussing the case of Christopher Watts, you would be surprised at how many of us believe that it is reasonable to believe that Christopher Watts was telling the truth when he said he did not murder his children, Bella and Cece Watts. Samantha says, not yet, curious. You would hear it, no mistaking, snoring, LOL, lots of love. Actually, she said LO, lots of snoring for sure. Lainey says, look on the reply on Cooter's chat I left Thomas says, I wish I knew. Oops, wait, it disappeared. Thomas says, I wish I knew who all these drama channels are. I tried to figure it out, but what a mess. I can figure it out for you, Thomas. I can't name one that isn't. Name a channel, any channel. And I'll tell you whether it's a drama or true crime. Well, actually, don't name a channel. Like, just name initials. That'd be better. Because otherwise they'll all, make content going, boo-hoo. Just initials. So the initials UM, is that the spinoff from another channel? If it's the spinoff from the channel that claims to have 70,000 subs, then I think it's bullshit. Wanda says, Lainey, wait, here we go. Wanda says, Lainey, bullies? LOL, lots of love. The one channel that anyone can get on panel for free and give an opinion? Thomas says, Wanda, I got into this case a few months ago to distract from stuff and spent a couple months on Shiner channels, deleted all until this popped up. Andrea says, no. Oh, then I don't know for sure. So I guess when I said name a channel, any channel, I probably should become more familiar with all the channels. Okay, Thomas says, okay, what about CBT channel? Is that the one where there are like 3 different women talking? Okay, guys, help me out here. Help me out here. Is Unmask and the CBT or whatever it is, are they connected with each other? Okay, if those are the ones that are connected to each other, then I have watched those and I think they're pretty heavy. Oh, Miss CD says don't think so. Well, there's a handful of ladies who discussed the case together. I think one of them had a baby recently. They sound nice, they sound smart. I get the impression they don't know the case that well. And I say that because I think they're relatively new and I think they're still buying into the noise. Okay. So I think if they really dug in and learned about the details of the case, I think they would do really well. Oh, they're not new at all? If they're not new at all, then I would question why it is they don't seem to know about the case. Miss CD says they think NK was in on it. Then I would question if they really think that or not. Because the NK theory has been debunked for over 2 years. Wanda says you can't even comment without the trolls thrashing you. Here you can disagree, and unless you're rude, you're okay. Yeah, we don't thrash people here. Brenda says, oh, hell yeah. Andrea says they do know their stuff 100%. Well, if they're trying to promote the NK theory, then they don't. Brenda says, Mensa, I've missed you so much. I'm scrolling back to see the comments that I missed here. Three of a Kind says there's an interesting new documentary on Netflix called The Confession Tapes. It documents people who have falsely confessed to crimes they didn't commit, and it made her think of CW. Andrea says, no, someone is mixed up. They've spoken on NK, not their entire channel, though. Samantha says, loads of us have a different opinion on what happened. No fighting. We hear each other out. If you're different from the narrative of that creator's opinion, you get harassed and blocked, called vile names. Well, one thing that I find, even on the channels that people might sound relatively decent in their delivery, is that if you say anything at all, like maybe your opinion is that she was losing money on all of her MLM action, right? Then all of a sudden, you're name called, ridiculed, and blocked. So if any channel really knows their stuff, then why do they have to name call, ridicule, and block? Andrea says Zav and Unmasked are tops. Really, you think Zav is tops when she laughs at people getting harassed and bullied in her chat, when she thinks it's funny? You think that's cool? And then when she joins in the harassment, you think that's a good channel? As she reads her scripts and does what she's told to do? Thomas says, okay, Judy, thanks. I'll look for it. I do have to study for next week, though, since I'm the only stand-in. LOL, lots of laughs. Brenda says, Andrea Mensa had a really bad experience. Brenda, Andrea knows it. She's obviously here for a reason. Curious C spotted it. Troll alert. Someone's looking for content. Samantha says she gets loads wrong about the case. She always has right from the start. Wanda says, Samantha, exactly. Melissa is up on panel and her opinion isn't the same as many on here and no one cares, but she knows her opinion and she can defend it. Shenanigan Maker said she kicked her dog the other day. What? Who kicked her dog the other day? Andrea says she's a great debunker. Yep, yep. She's a great debunker, all right. She says, nope, I was told that that isn't true. There, it's debunked. And then Andrea says, never seen her rude. Well, I have, and it was disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Samantha says, exactly, Wanda, but we still love her and value her opinion. Shenanigan Maker says she couldn't even respond to someone on her panel. They would say something. It took her like 80 seconds to respond, and it was all draggy. That's because if you listen, you can hear her phone go off, and then she pretty much does what she's told. Who kicked their dog? I want to know who kicked their dog. I'm not okay with that. What is it with animal abuse with these people? Seriously, one of them has been convicted of animal abuse. Another one we saw on camera, about a month and a half ago, hit her dog. And now I'm hearing that somebody kicked her dog? Are you kidding me? Why do these people even have dogs if they don't know how to treat a dog? And you know what? For every person who saw somebody hit their dog or who knows that somebody was convicted of animal abuse or who saw somebody kick their dog, if they're still watching that channel, then shame on them too if that's okay with them. Paula says that she heard that Mia kicked her dog. Are you kidding me? Because Mia's the one who hit her dog like a month and a half ago. You know, it sure seems to me like the other channel creators don't give two hoots about what happened to Bella and Cece, but I would think that they would at least pretend to give a care about dog abuse, animal abuse, for Pete's sake. Ugh. Andrea is playing the virtue signaling victim now. I take it Zavs isn't popular here. I'm new to this channel. CHANEL. Sorry. You know what, Andrea? Take your frickin' fake profile, run on back to your little team, have your fun. We don't waste our time with your bullshit. Bye bye. Everyone say bye bye, Andrea. Thomas says Larry's last name is weird and I don't remember it, but I get it, or I got it from a comment in an video. Searched him and he is a real lawyer politician. No, he isn't. He is no lawyer. He's a real politician. He was a politician when he was younger, but he is not a real lawyer. Is he saying he's a lawyer now? Shenanigan Maker says he's like a para or something. Oh, okay. Shenanigan Maker says he works for his uncle who is an attorney. Okay, that makes sense then. Bumblebee says Larry's uncle is the lawyer. Well, you know the whole thing about if you're going to run with turkeys, you'll never be an eagle, right? You'll never soar like an eagle. I don't know. This Larry guy doesn't strike me as being one way or the other, but I look at who he hangs with and go, yeah, okay, whatever. Thomas says, I will revisit it all, but yes, on very old channels, he was a lawyer. Thomas, if you wouldn't mind, dig in and see if you can find that and link it up for us. If he actually said he was a lawyer, that'd be interesting. Bumblebee says, I haven't watched Mia in ages. I actually really like Mia. I think she could have a great channel, but unfortunately, it looks like she does what she's told by the scumbag attackers. Oh, hey, Cooter. Cooter says, I owe him a drinky poo. Cooter, I wanted to let you know we elected you. We had an election before you got here, and it's okay to say no, but we're hoping you say yes. Would you mind being Coonrod for the mock trial? That'd be really helpful if you would be our Coonrod. Shenanigan Maker says, oh, good. Thomas says, I will for sure. That'd be great, Thomas. That'd be really interesting if we saw something with him claiming at one point to be a lawyer and then claiming at another point of not being a lawyer. Shenanigan Maker says, and he doesn't clarify enough that he's not an attorney. Brenda says, say no, Cooter. Cooter says, yes, I can be that sexy man. He is the most sexy, I think, in the entire case of Christopher Watts. He definitely is the most sexy. Curious C says, this is a long phone call. I have no idea what that means. Susie says that AD last night said that Cindy apparently told him there were 4 people in the basement. Well, you and I both know that I trust whatever AD would say. Kidding. I'm so glad that Cooter said yes. We have our coon rod. So Cooter, guess what? Next Friday night, are you available? If you're available next Friday night, that'd be great because we'd like to call you as our first witness. Which the plus with that is that you get it over with, right? But you might be recalled to the stand at some point later in the mock trial. But we're going to start next Friday night with opening statements. The prosecutor is going to give their opening statement, and then the defense is going to give their opening statement. And then we'd like you to be the first witness. Yes. Cooter says, yes, I will be available. Good. So be ready. Sean's Princess says you couldn't pay me enough to believe anything AD says. Cooter says, is Brenda going to question me? Well, the jury, I think we're going to go ahead and open. What we'll do prosecution opening statement, defense opening statement, call you to the stand, and then the prosecutors will ask you questions, and then the defense will ask you questions. They'll cross-examine you, and then the prosecution can do a little bit, and then the defense can do a little bit, and then we'll open the door for the members of the jury, who are all of our chat members, to ask any questions they might have. But Danielle is our judge, and Danielle will be deciding whether or not the questions from the jurors will be asked. So Danielle, you're going to have a lot of work next week, but don't worry because Shenanigan Maker can, pretty much bribe you so that you'll do whatever Shenanigan Maker says. So we can sweep the floor with the prosecution. Cooter says, okie dokie. So pretty much you just have to sit there and look pretty, Cooter, and then take our hints as to how we want you to answer questions, Like we'll wink twice or something if the answer is no. You know what I'm saying? So tell me any question that you have about the case of Christopher Watts. Shenanigan Maker says, LOL, lots of love. I'm like that Lincoln lawyer. Paula says, yes, AD talks to Cindy, CW, and the world. Please. That's it, Cooter. You just need to sit and look pretty. And just know that you're the hottest person in this entire case. We should instead of calling it the name of that officer, we should call you Mr. Sexy. Susie says that he talks to Elvis too. Sean's Princess says, I want to be on the jury. Everybody's on the jury, Sean's Princess. Everybody in chat. Brenda says, Cooter, the hottest and only guy in true crime. Shenanigan Maker says, okay, so question, why is Jamie working against Chris? That's a really good question. But I think it's very interesting to hear KK admit that Jamie contacted her. And that's what I have been thinking. And it was pretty much confirmed anyway through Cindy that this is a Jamie thing that's been going on. Why on earth, if your brother had a bona fide license to practice law in Colorado, criminal defense lawyer with experience in appeals offering to help him pro bono, would you call your quote unquote friends and tell your parents? Evidently, it looks to me like she told her parents no and convinced them that going with KK was a better idea. Why would she do that? And why would Ronnie and Cindy fall for it? Seriously, why wouldn't they discuss it between the two of them and say to their daughter, you know what? This is a godsend to have an actual lawyer who is experienced in Colorado, licensed in Colorado, an appeals lawyer, a criminal defense lawyer offering to help pro bono. Why didn't Ronnie and Cindy talk to each other and say, why would Jamie be trying to tell us to do this? Why didn't Ronnie and Cindy talk to each other and say, guess what, Jamie? No, we don't want your friends helping. Red Shoes says it's 3 a.m. and going to bed. Good night, Red Shoes. Shenanigan Maker. Well, actually, that was just my theory at the beginning, was it was somehow connected to whatever Jamie's friends were up to. Because here's the thing. When I talked to Cindy, I told her, let's just keep this between you and me right now, because I told you about my little 3-minute phone call or 2-minute phone call with Jamie, right? When like I got this feeling in my gut, physically in my gut, right? And so not because of that, I just said, let's just keep this between you and me right now until this lawyer gives us an answer, right? And at that time, she was telling me how Ronnie was talking with Mark Gillespie. And Mark claims that he, you know, contacted a lawyer who was bona fide, ready to roll, pro bono. And within 24 hours, poof, the circus came to town. Well, I can vouch for what he's saying because I was right in on it. And so, who would be the only person who would have known that the offers were starting to roll in? Well, Ronnie and Cindy would be telling their daughter, right? And then, sure enough, KK confirmed it. That's the part that I think is so interesting because I've been saying this for months. KK confirmed it, and Cindy actually, for all intents and purposes, confirmed it to me. So, why? It's the $1,000,000 question. Why? Why wouldn't she want to have help for her brother? Lainey says, why should the lists even be viewed? Can no one have privacy? I think it's very interesting that things like the lists are being leaked, quote unquote leaked. What is going on that all that information would be leaked? Danielle says, I wonder if Jamie gets harassed by people. I highly doubt it because I think she's part of the pack of harassers, quite frankly. And remember, when KK first came on, what was the first thing she said? We're not going to discuss Jamie. Nobody's been on the panel tonight, Three of a Kind. It's been a little bit boring, but this was a work session. We got all of our work done for the mock trial, so now we're just blabbing. I think I told you guys already, but that time when one of the scumbag attackers was on a channel of another scumbag attacker, and they were scumbag attacking both me and Cindy Watts, Jamie texted one of the scumbag attackers during their scumbag attacking. I thought, well, isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting that Jamie would have text access to one of the biggest scumbag attackers of all? Huh, interesting. But like I said, my gut feeling on it right from the 2 minutes I spoke with her pretty much was confirmed at that moment. Sean's Princess says, I can come up. I thought the Lana thing was now. What Lana thing? Oh, is that going on right now? The docudrama thing? Okay, Susie says it's 11 Eastern Standard Time. So we have a few minutes left. Let's definitely close this baby down before the Lana thing comes on, because I know a lot of you guys are going to want to watch that. Thomas says, what channel? I think it's on the J is for Justice channel. Shenanigan Maker says, I have appellant experience, hate doing appeals, but whatever, and 10 years criminal defense experience and admitted to practice in federal court. I hope every prosecutor for our mock trial just heard me say that, and they're shaking in their boots. Summer Breeze says, what time is it? It is like about 10:15. So we'll close this one down like in 15 minutes. That way everyone can take a break. And it looks like it's on JS for Justice. Shenanigan Maker said, I literally thought about doing it just for the Watts case. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. I think the problem with that, Shenanigan Maker, is it would take so much of your time and energy. And for what, with what we've seen at this point. The thing is, if you're going to be devoting your time and your energy and bring to the table your experience and your knowledge and the education, right? If it was before the circus came to town, I would encourage you to, right? But after seeing the circus come to town, I would think, that might be a waste of time. Brenda says, Shenanigan Maker, what state is your bar number from? If you're comfortable answering, of course, Brenda, that is not a question that should be answered. Shenanigan Maker, please don't, or that should be asked or answered. Please don't answer that question, Shenanigan Maker. Wanda says they didn't want a lawyer, so you know what you're doing. Wah, wah, wah. LOL, lots of love. Cooter says, I don't see anything scheduled for J is for Justice. Well, look at that documentary thing. They put out an announcement that at 11 p.m., I think. Exactly, Shenanigan Maker. You'd be doing it for nothing. And not only that, I mean, the cases that you would not be working on during that time frame, right? You wouldn't just be breaking even, you'd be losing your shirt. Three of a Kind says, J is for Justice confuses me. Which side is she on? What's her stance? I've only seen a couple of her videos, but one of them she was interviewing SW's friend and sounded like a shiner. Then in another video, she was the opposite. Samantha says, isn't it funny how M. Gillespie had his call recorded by J is for Justice? Now she's working with Lana. Shenanigan Maker says, yeah, I wasn't going to answer it. Bumblebee says it's up in her group, Cooter Brown. Susie says it's on the trailer, 11 Eastern Standard Time. Cooter says J for J is bipartisan. I'll tell you one thing I like about J for J. I think she definitely is connected to a lot of the scumbags or has been in the past. I just think there's no doubt about it. But she has always treated me with respect. And I think what it might be is that she has a choice, just like all of them have a choice of just how far they'll go or how dirty they'll be or whatever. And so far, I have not seen J is for Justice be dirty. I haven't seen it. I could be wrong, but I think she's probably one of the more decent people in the true crime community, even though she does hang out with people who I think, how did you ever hang out with that person, you know? But I respect her because she's, I think, for the most part, telling the truth and saying what she thinks, whatever her opinion is. Oh, this call's only going to take a second, you guys. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Cooter and Brenda are getting together on Monday, it looks like. I'm joking. I'm teasing you guys. Okay, we have 4 minutes until 10:30, I think, according to the clock that's right in front of me. So let's go ahead and say goodnight at 10:30. That way it gives everyone a half an hour break before the Lana and Jays for Justice thingy. Thomas says, please everyone do a Google privacy check. It's connected to your YouTube channel. Three of a Kind says, Cooter, thinking of you with a heart. Thomas says, and only use pictures in your profile that don't exist anywhere else on the web. Oh, is it 15 after? Okay, my clock's fast then. Shenanigan Maker says at one point she was considering taking the Colorado bar. I didn't say Colorado right. Taking the Colorado bar just to offer to work with Chris because she feels so strongly about his innocence and she thinks he would work really well with a female attorney. I agree with you. Sean's Princess says we have 45 minutes until the documentary. Okay, yeah, I was wrong on the time. So we'll do another 15 minutes here so that everyone gets at least a half an hour break in between. But feel free to take off. Seriously, if you're planning on being there at the 11 o'clock thing, definitely take off. Get a break. We need to encourage each other more, I think, to not like spend a ton of time on this, to keep it in the hobby zone. Samantha's saying good night. Or else Susie's saying good night. Somebody's saying good night. Wanda says, I think the documentary will be interesting. I agree. And I was very impressed with how they did that trailer. I thought that was really well done. It's up to you, Sean's Princess. You can come up if you want right now. We'll be up for another 10 or 15. Samantha said, your dad would be proud of your channel, Cooter. I agree. Proud of you. Susie said, yep, I agree, and said so on her channel. The music was amazing. Yeah, I was really impressed. Wanda says it's going to be Lana and the Watts in Colorado. Samantha said, I only said goodnight because I thought you were off, Miss Mensa. Brenda says, man, now I got to stay up. Or you could just go to sleep and then watch it in the morning. Shenanigan Maker says, I want to get on panel next week too. Good, because you're doing the opening statement. That'll be really good. Susie says the launch of the website will be kicking off on the live. That's good. I might watch it tomorrow. I'll probably stay up late enough to see it though, because I think it'll be interesting. Free of a Kind says, "Where's this documentary and what's it about?" There's a trailer that was posted, I think, yesterday or the day before, done by Jays for Justice. So if you find that, then you'll find it. Paula Joyner makes the best comment of the night. Miss Mensa rocks. Oh, Paula, you and me both. Shenanigan Maker says, "Mency, do you have a Patreon?" Yes, I do. It's called Miss Mensa. That's original, isn't it? Cooter says, "Y'all think that CW wants this 35C?" I have a question. Somebody said something earlier about the Netflix documentary about innocent people. That's right, Shenanigan Maker. I don't. I once in a while I'll talk about a video that I uploaded, or I'll talk about a comment that came from there or something. But for the most part, I don't talk about it. We have a really neat group of people though, and pretty much we comment through emails to each other. So, it's what I call the safe space where people can discuss the case without having to, you know. I was thinking of doing something though. I don't know, I have to figure out how to do it. Of maybe giving my Patreon members like copies of my books or something. Like actual copies, not just the audiobooks. Because my Patreon stuff, I don't know, it's pretty much just me talking. Sean's Princess says, "Link, please." There you go. Cosmic wants to know if court is still in session. Cosmic, he was found not guilty and released from custody. Where have you been? Oh, you meant that one. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you wanted to hop up on the panel. Oh, okay, let me look. Hold on here. I gotta look. Let's see here. Where is it? I know it's here somewhere. Not there. Where am I? Not there. That's not it. That's not it. Here it is. I have to find where it says public site here a second. Okay, I found it. It says public page. You'll know you're at the right page if you see a rainbow. Okay, there's a rainbow, and now I'm gonna copy the link. Copy. Find StreamYard. Oh, where did you guys go? Here it is. Okay, here it is. There's the link. Shenanigan Maker says, check your email, Mensa. I just sent you a golden nugget. Let's see. That is so bad. Oh my gosh. Oh, that is really bad. Is that a patch on his thigh? Oh my god, that's so bad. Okay, I'm not gonna look at it. That is too terrible. Here's Sean's princess.
Hi, everyone.
How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. Are you looking forward to the 11 o'clock Lana show?
Yes, I cannot wait, actually.
And here is Danielle.
Hey.
Hey, Your Honor. How you doing?
Hey,
I'm good. Hi.
Have you been catching all the hints that you're being bribed?
Yeah, but I'm only bribed with chocolate.
Oh.
So. Or cake, cookies, that kind of thing.
We had a ruling before you got here.
Oh. I know. I was off and on. I was doing hair before. I had you guys playing behind me as I was working. And I'm like, oh, I got a comment. Hold on a second.
We even had to put somebody in jail for a little bit.
Good.
Yeah, James went to jail for contempt of court because he objected, and I stood in your stead. I ruled that his objection was overruled, and he kept fighting it, so I put him in jail.
Good. Put them all in jail.
Right?
Well, we were thinking about doing a gag order. We think you should consider doing a gag order for all the other channels.
That's a good idea. I gotta watch some Judge Judy and learn some more, things I could do.
I think Friday is going to be cool next Friday because we're going to have the opening statements, and then we're going to have the first witness, who is Cooter, the sexy cop.
Is that when we're starting then? Is Friday?
What?
Somebody says.
Is that when we're starting? Is Friday then?
Yep, Friday. Next Friday will be the opening statements.
Yay!
So that'll be interesting.
I'm
Wanda
super
says,
excited.
I love accents. Who has an accent, Wanda?
Probably me.
One.
Probably me. Is it my accent?
I thought it was mine, probably.
Cooter's still asking where to go at 11.
Cooter, go to J is for Justice at 11 o'clock.
I missed it. What is she doing?
She had a trailer out. She put a trailer out that was really well done. They're launching their website about the trip to Colorado and stuff, about the Watts case. And it was so well done, seriously.
So that was a real thing that really went?
Yes.
Yeah, they're there.
They're there. They've got Ronnie with them. I heard Cindy's there, but I haven't seen her. I don't know. I'm assuming we'll probably see tonight if she's there.
That'll be interesting. That'll be very interesting.
Yeah.
I was told, I don't know what day it was. I was told a few days ago that Cindy Watts is bashing me. And I'm like, really? Where is she bashing me? And the person said, you don't need to know. I
don't believe that. I don't believe that for 2 seconds.
I don't believe it either, quite frankly. If she is, I think it would be based on some kind of false crap anyway, because I just don't see her being the type to bash me.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't think she would bash you. So
No, I don't think so either. But so hard to. Everybody's saying so many things. It's hard to know what's true, what's not true, or they put their
Right.
10 cents into it and add to it. You know what I mean? Or
Right.
take things out of context constantly.
Well, and
That's true.
for the response to be, you don't need to know, don't worry about it, like that. It's like, oh, okay. Well, if you can't show me, I mean, I'm not going to take your word for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, and we never see Cindy anywhere. So right there, I mean,
Right.
when was the last time any of us saw her bash anybody online?
And that's a good point. Cindy doesn't bash anybody.
Exactly. So
No.
she's not going to bash someone that she's been on their channel and I mean, supposedly her and KK had a falling out, and I haven't even heard her bashing KK. So,
Right.
Uh-oh. Paula says we have trolls coming in.
of course we do.
Okay.
Wait for all of them.
I must have missed it. Let's see here.
Paula's the lookout.
Oh, yes. This one says you have no life. There it is.
Oh, Southpaw. Yeah, we have no life. Do you want to join?
Yeah.
Our lives are so cool that we actually know how to have a discussion. We're not hired or recruited to run around social media trying to post crap.
Exactly.
Isn't that cute how this is one of the claims, of course, you have no life, get a life, Well, being said by somebody who spends their time posting this crap, it's kind of hilarious. The irony is kind of obvious, right?
Right.
Marcia says Cindy wouldn't bash anyone. That's not her character. I agree with you. And I think the person who wants me to believe that she's bashing me, was obviously trying to just be a jerk.
They were just trying to get you upset, and it's not going to work.
And think that you were too stupid to believe it too.
Right.
Well, I will say this, that by the time I heard a little bit more coming out of that person's mouth, I did use the F word and hang up the phone.
Yeah.
So, and then I was telling a friend of mine about it. I'm like, I shouldn't have said that. Like, that's not me. I shouldn't have said that. And then I thought, probably about 3 or 4 hours later, I thought about it. And I thought, no, I'm glad I said it. It needed to be said.
Yeah, I was just going to say that sometimes you have to be aggressive with certain people for them to get the point and to understand, and to stop.
Right? It's almost like speaking the language.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So I think next Friday is going to be really cool because I think hearing the opening statements, I think it's James, right, who's going to be doing the opening statement for the prosecution.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was James, and then Shenanigan Maker for the defense. We've had, enough with our chats, I think, to know that both of them are so well spoken that the opening statements, I think, are going to be very interesting all on their own.
So
actually, we should probably file a motion for you to just decide the case right then and there after hearing opening statements.
So let me get this straight. Chatterbox was going to be our prosecutor. Then tonight, when I came into the chat, I saw that she was saying, you guys are being mean, and we were all trying to be nice to her. And she leaves. So we make James the prosecutor. Then while you're on the phone, on one of your phone calls, someone named Miss Peaches comes in and says that Chatterboxes was talking bad about you last night on Savgirl and has screenshots. I just find that ironic that she comes in tonight getting all riled up with us, acting like we're being rude to her when we were welcoming her to be the prosecutor.
Well, actually, I did title this video the motion hearing to remove the prosecutor. I didn't say which prosecutor, but I did title the video that this was a motion hearing to remove the prosecutor. We did have other prosecutors, so it's like I didn't say which one. And I just pretty much I get emails from people when negative stuff is said. And I've been getting so many emails about all the crap that's been said that I just thought, I'm not even going to go there.
Oh, Miss Peaches is here. Okay, good.
Miss Peaches says, I'm back. It's true. Yeah, I've been getting emails from people showing me a lot of different things that a lot of different people are saying. And
I just think that's so messed up of her. Like, she wants to act like we're the backstabbers and we're the ones that are rude when we were actually being nice and we weren't trolling. She was out talking crap on you and us last night. And did she think, or maybe knew somebody had already let us know? So she was worried and had to talk and say we were the rude ones. I don't know.
Well,
I guess it just proves this case.
Yeah, last night wasn't the first time either. There have been many times.
Well,
So
she can take her bandana and run. She's too old for it.
shame on you.
What was it? That woman Chatterbox was saying bad things?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. And let's remember, she also thinks that abusing children's okay. So whatever. I really don't care.
Right. And that was another part of it. I've received a lot of emails about all the negative stuff she's been saying about this channel and about me. And that on top of, because even then I thought, yeah, whatever. But on top of that, practically everybody in the chat is saying, like, when she's up on panel, they're saying, please get her off panel,
Yeah.
And, I mean, I'm just one person and I'm relatively a bit of a doormat at times, but that did kind of hit the point where it was like, no matter what we said, it was okay. It's okay to give your kids, Benadryl and Tylenol at night. It's
Lots
lots of Tylenol. It's okay to spray water in their faces. No matter what, it was okay. And she insisted one time that she knew it for a fact that lease was in SW's name, not in CW's name, and da-da-da. And she had proof. She was going to get proof, blah, blah, blah. Well, where's that? And then she doesn't show up, when she's supposed to be showing up with proof. So it's kind of like, yeah, this is just going to take away from the fun of this, I mean, and I do think it'll be fun to be able to, I don't know. I'm not trying to make light of anything or whatever, but I do think a mock trial is fun. I think
it is fun.
To be able to come together and to look at some of the evidence and I think it'll expand the discussion in a really interesting way. So
now
Mensa, can you block Southpaw?
Okay.
Yeah, get rid of Southpaw. And I got to give a shout out to my BFF, Shenanigan Maker. She's awesome. We've become BFFs over this.
Southpaw says, y'all are bullies. Y'all are some bullies.
Yeah.
Isn't that the same picture that was used in the other one that just got blocked?
Probably.
I don't know. This one is,
Well, there you go, Southpaw. Bye-bye, Southpaw. I love saying bye-bye.
I know, it's great, right? Playing victim just like Shanann. Yep.
Right?
Y'all are bullies. Yeah, we're the ones going to somebody else's channel and posting smack. Yeah, we're bullies, all right.
God.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I read comments sometimes. A lot of people actually are starting, I guess, who didn't maybe like you are starting to like you now because of our discussions that we have. And people are like, nobody's yelling, nobody gets crazy. It's just, and I'm thinking of myself as I'm reading it. Yeah, well, why would you go online and fight with strangers and scream?
Right.
Like, why would you do that? I don't know.
Well, I think the more I look at, or the more that people will send me links to different things that different people say.
Mm-hmm.
And I've often thought that there are far fewer of them than we even know. Like, I don't even think we can imagine how few of them there are because they use so many fake profiles. One person uses so many fake profiles.
Yeah.
I think that what's happening, and this sounds maybe a little grandiose. I don't care. I think what's happening is we're pretty much the channel where the actual discussion is taking place. The other channels, I think, are a bunch of, wannabes in the true crime corner because they think they can make some quick cash off of the case, or because they've been recruited to be attackers, or because, somebody recruited them to be a troll, or whatever their reasons, right?
Yeah.
I think this is the channel where the discussion is taking place, and they know damn well that they can't keep pulling their illegal crap or their, smoke and mirrors as long as the discussion is still going strong.
Yep.
I seriously don't know of other channels that are actually discussing the case. I don't. They pretend to. They put it in their titles and they act like they know a little bit of something from time to time, but they don't know the case.
No. And the couple that I listened to, I don't remember even the names. I just see them. I click on them just to see, but they talk about stuff that's old or just redundant, just the same,
Right.
nothing
And
new.
they talk about the same thing with each other too. They follow.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, or something they missed, 2 years ago about NK. What? Whoa, my God! I just found out NK was wearing shorts on this day. Blah blah blah.
I know it's strange, and you almost want to comment, but then you think, nah, I don't need to.
Yeah, Shenanigan Maker, come on up.
Yeah, she wants to say hi.
All right. I don't think Shenanigan Maker has ever been up.
This is my first time up.
Oh, wait. I'm sorry. Hold on. I just right-clicked and hit enter. This
is my first time up.
Oh, my goodness. Have you been on any other panel?
So I'll admit I was on Alice Cooper's panel the first year. One time I didn't know what they were discussing. Apparently it was something, well, I was going to say dramatic and sad, but isn't her channel always dramatic and sad? But I was at my apartments at the time. I had snuck into the hot tub and I decided to call in. So yeah, this was a long time ago. But yeah, other than that, I've never been on anybody's panel.
Shenanigan Maker's talking smack.
Yeah, pop your cherry. Get up here.
I'll have to scroll down. I'm not sure if my screen, how do I do this?
Susie says, Princess, stop talking about me. What did I say about you, hon?
I don't see that. Where do you see that?
I think she's joking. It just says, Princess, stop talking about me. It might have been a while ago. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't see it. I'm still waiting for Shenanigan Maker.
Oh, I got it. Because she's NK, duh. Okay.
Oh, okay. We're so fast here.
I know. Like when she said earlier she was on the Googles.
Yeah. I'm like, looking for wedding dresses? What?
Yeah, sorry, NK. Didn't mean to talk about you.
Oh, Paula's sharing with us when she popped her cherry.
Yeah. I was just reading that too.
So I'm going to just act like this was my cherry pop, not...
Yeah, really?
Yeah, you could just, that didn't count.
No, it didn't.
It's sweet of you to admit it, though.
The tip, okay?
No, I've only been on here. I have no desire to go to talk to anybody else, to be honest. I'm very select with people. Like I keep, you know what I mean? I observe and then I decide,
I'm encouraged by the people who have started channels, because I do think that we do need to have more channels where we're actually real people discussing the case, I think the more the merrier.
I'm actually going to start a channel too, and that's from you.
Good. And
Yeah,
that's
well,
what
I'm
we
saying
need.
the ones that I've seen though, like I don't like AC, like that one. I would never talk to those people.
Right. And that's the thing, because the trolls, or whatever they're called, are obviously, hopping on to try to make their whatever. And, personally, if I were either side of the family, I not only would not want to take part with any of that crap, but I would be offended by it. I would
Right?
be completely offended by it.
I agree.
Exactly.
But again, let's try to kind of reframe our brains with this whole thing, because the illusion is that there are so many people who are so worshiping Christopher Watt's wife, I think it's nothing but an illusion, and I think it's nothing but a bunch of fake profiles. I think if you look at the Facebook groups that are private, right from the start, they've been talking exactly how we're talking. They just stay hidden because of all the stupid attacks, I think it's been an illusion that there's been any kind of a fan club going on.
Yeah.
I don't think it's true. And I think we're basically like Shenanigan Maker said about using the darts for the balloons, for the prosecutors' balloons of, we'll have darts of reasonable doubt or whatever, and we'll be popping their balloons. It's the same thing with the way the other channels handle themselves. They're pretty much exposing themselves when they talk. They contradict themselves. They don't make sense. You can tell they don't know what they're talking about. You can tell the ones who are reading the crap that they're saying. I think more and more I'm beginning to realize that this is it. The people connected to this channel, and like I said, thankfully the ones starting their own channels too, from taking the challenge here. I think that's where the authentic discussions are taking place. And I think the other crap, if you look at there's a website you can go to that we did during one of the live chats. Their actual numbers are far different than the numbers they claim.
Right. Yeah, somebody the other day tried to say, oh, well, AD has 60,000 subscribers. Okay, that's funny. Why are there only 1,000 at most people in his chat? And
exactly. If you're a numbers person, then you know that would not be the number in chat. And sometimes it's 300, sometimes it's 400. I saw an Alice chat popped up on the feed, and she had a really intriguing title to the chat, and she had 40 people in chat. If you have as many members as she has, you would think she would have had more than 40 people in chat.
Right.
So I dropped the link again. I don't see Shenanigan Maker. I wonder.
You click on the blue link, and it will ask you if you want to sign in through Google or YouTube. And it just has you sign in, and then it will ask you to allow the camera and audio. But then once you get in, you can turn your camera off. This was actually very simple for me. And I'm not tech savvy at all.
I'm not tech savvy either.
Techno savvy.
Yeah, I call it techno. People are like, that's tech savvy, not techno. I'm like, well, I'm not. But this StreamYard is really easy because except I still can't get the screen share to work. But besides that, it's really easy. It's better than YouTube. YouTube was, I thought, my signal was never good enough for YouTube. I don't know. It kept circling. Wanda says, press the button, flip your chair around, Shenanigan. Shenanigan Maker, you might want to hurry because it's almost 11 and we're all going to take off for that documentary.
She's going to be
I'm
up here all by
tired.
herself.
Shenanigan Maker will be popping her cherry all by herself up on the panel where we're watching J is for Justice.
Hey, her and I will just run your show for you while you're gone.
Yeah, I don't see her. If she's here, I don't see her, but my screen is pretty full.
You don't see her? We better call the cops fast. We need to do a wellness check.
Check the welfare of Shenanigan Maker. We lost her.
Fast.
She got lost between the chat and the panel.
If I don't see her, in
There
like
she
15
is.
minutes, I'm on it. Oh, you found her?
Yay! Finally.
Yay! We were going to do a wellness check on you, girl.
Uh-oh, we can't hear her. I don't think her cherry is officially popped yet.
Maybe she's hit mute.
Am I too close?
Oh, there you are.
Am I too close to my computer?
No.
That's like the best first sentence to ever say on a panel. Am I too close to my computer?
Am I doing it right?
You're one of the most. You do realize you're one of the most intelligent people in this group, right?
Right?
Yeah, the stupidest person when it comes to entering a panel.
Hey, I have to learn too. It's all good.
So
We're just
what are
glad
we
you made
chatting
it.
about?
We're going to do a wellness check on you.
Oh, please do.
With all that Tylenol and Adderall and whatever else you took, I'm just kind of worried.
Did you
Oh my
have
God, my heart is racing. Like, whew.
Did you have lots of Tylenol?
Not the latter.
I love it. 3 of a Kind wants me to know that there are YouTube videos to help me on how to share my screen. Like that's gonna help.
Oh, you can learn how to do anything on YouTube. You could be a doctor. I love YouTube.
Do you hear my dog?
Yes, I was just
Yeah.
saying someone snoring.
Yeah,
Sounds like
yeah,
Nancy.
Mensa.
I was like, is Mensa asleep again?
It's the dog, not Mensa.
My dog snores too. She's a Frenchie, so she has a flat face.
He's a Boston Terrier.
Oh my God, we were so meant to be BFFs.
I know it. But he's a brown one. They told me that they were rare, and then I Googled it, and I was like, well, shit. They just got an extra $1,000 from me.
Ooh.
He's not rare. He's just a mixed breed.
Had lots of Boston Terriers, and now I'm on to French Bulldog.
That's what I technically wanted. And I really thought that he was a French Bulldog when I bought him. It turns out he wasn't, but he's still adorable.
Oh.
That's so
Very
cute, you
awesome.
guys. Now, who is it who kicked their dog? Did you guys see that
Well,
earlier?
it's Mia.
Mia kicked her dog, or did she hit her dog? Because I saw her hit her dog.
Maybe it was hit.
Like,
Okay.
was it on purpose or because she was so zoned out?
She hit the dog. This was like a month and a half ago, I think.
Yeah.
And I really like Mia. I think she's a nice person. I've actually commented on her channel that I think she should not do what they're telling her to do, because I think she would have a really good channel if she would just go off on her own instead of doing what she's told to do, you know. But when I saw her hit the dog, I was just like, you know what? I'm not watching her again.
Oh
Well, I
God.
can't watch her because she is on so many drugs. And
I agree.
She can't even hold a conversation. She can't comment back. And just the long drawn out, just when she speaks I can't handle it.
Right. And the part I don't like is that she'll always have at least 2 people, what I call her handlers, in the chat, and they're just terrible. They're just absolutely terrible. And they're there basically to probably take notes about whoever's commenting and probably try to find out whatever they can about whoever's commenting. You know, I call them her handlers. You know, she gets text messages, she gets phone calls, and then she'll come back to the computer and she'll say, "We're not going to bash Shanann."
Oh, she's texting all the time.
Yep.
Oh God, that's annoying.
Who is
too.
that lady? Because I didn't know who
I know who you're talking about.
I just clicked 2 and 2 together because I saw her come up on my homepage too the one day. You know, the suggested things, and I was like, "What is that?"
Well,
Well,
what is her background? What makes her?
she was
That
a nurse.
lady in her bedroom.
She was a nurse, and she was injured, I think, in an accident, and so she's basically not able to continue being a nurse.
Yeah. And she may have a brain injury, and if so, you know, I'm very sorry about that, but that doesn't mean you're not abusing drugs. Sorry, we can completely see it. You say you're getting tired, you're going to go grab some coffee, and all we hear is a bunch of snorting, and then you come back.
It's like Shanann SW, whenever, you know, in the Christmas video where she does that really loud, like, noise, like snort, and you can tell that it's a Coke drip. I mean, like, nothing else sounds like that but a Coke drip.
Right.
Because when this case first was, like, I'm talking the end of 2018, people were saying that they thought she was a cokehead.
Oh, yeah. Well, and she'll say she's going to go get some coffee, and she'll be gone a few minutes. And someone that leaves their chat constantly, like, you answering your phone tonight, that's nothing, Mensa. That's totally fine. Someone that just leaves you staring at their bedroom for 45 minutes, you know, to 2 hours.
No, and it's because Mensa'S takes so long on the phone that you know that it's not someone just like popping in to say, "Oh, stop that shit."
Right. But then she'll come back to the camera and she's sniffing every 2 seconds. I mean, I challenge you all to go to her next live and watch this if you can. But
I will say this, that
she slurs and then she starts passing out, and it's
now, I've had a sinus infection for about like 2 months, and so if you hear like an exorbitant amount of sniffing, sinus infection, not a Coke line.
Well, people said about Christopher Watt's wife that she used to touch her nose a lot, and that's a sign of being a cokehead.
Yeah, you got to catch that drip before it hits your top lip.
So gross.
And then in the back of your throat, post-nasal drip.
Do you guys think that she actually had neck surgery?
To repair her own
I mean,
stab.
she's got the scar.
I don't think she had it.
Why you say no scar? That has always tripped me out so bad.
I think she chose to have the surgery if she had it. I mean,
that's what I'm saying, to fix her own stab wound.
Well, that's what I'm wondering, is if she didn't do self-harm and then come up with that story, because if she did cause harm to herself, then it would make sense that they would have a nurse moving right in and check the knives, of course.
Check the knives. Oh my God.
And it would also maybe make sense why a well-meaning coroner may not put that on the autopsy.
Oh, that could be it.
But you know what I'm beginning to think? All this stuff about the neck surgery and the allergies and familial Mediterranean fever and all the emergency rooms, I'm beginning to wonder how much of it really was just a pack of lies.
Well, I had a friend who, she was on disability, and then she had 2 sons, and her first son was on disability, and she was trying so hard to get her second son on disability. And I watched her, and she was always taking her kids to the doctors. And so when this case came out, I was like, oh my God, it is just like my friend. And I honestly feel that that's what she was trying to do, was get both of her kids on disability.
I think she was on disability from the time she was a child.
Probably. And I think if her kids weren't on there, I think she was trying to. Because once you, like my friend, well, we're not friends anymore. Obviously, I saw what she did, but it just made me sick. she was getting all of this money and she was living in a huge house, and she was brainwashing her second son, you know, and saying, you have this, you have the same things your brother does. Like, we've got to get that check. And it just made me sick.
Can I stay on here and still get out to my phone to bring up some files I have on my phone?
I have no idea.
You should be able to.
Let me try real quick.
And the documentary's been pushed out another 15 minutes, so we're all good.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Thanks for the road report. I love it that we're anxiously waiting to see a J is for Justice documentary.
I know, this is like pre-Super Bowl chat, right?
Yeah, really. Susie says I don't
believe you guys before the game.
Susie says I don't believe she had the neck surgery, as in video scar there, scar not there.
Yep.
Oh, interesting.
Yep. And like I said, my husband had that surgery. So, you know, he didn't have that ridiculous neck brace. His scar is maybe an inch long. Hers is way bigger than an inch. And hers is, his is in that spot, but his is more straight. Hers is kind of slanted upward.
Okay.
So, I don't know. It's just, to me, I don't think it's real.
Hey.
I think she would have been posting on social media if she had neck pain going on. I think she would have been saying, I'm at the physical therapist, I'm at the doctor's again about my neck, I have to consider getting this elective surgery or whatever. There would have been something about it beforehand, and I didn't see any mention of it at all beforehand.
Doesn't she tag herself in every like hospital situation too?
Right. I think she would have been talking about it big time. I think it was
Chris wrote for her. Remember, he said, "This is Chris. Just want to let you guys all know Nan's doing fine." Maybe because she was in psychiatric hold.
Or maybe she posted it, because I can't imagine Chris ever posting on her Facebook group using those big words. And I'm not saying that he's not able to use big words, but I cannot imagine him posting that. I think she posted it saying, oh, this is Chris. You know, there was another post where she had already flown to see her grandmother, and she said, this isn't really Shanann, this is her friend posting for a fundraiser to help raise money for her to visit her grandmother. Who does that? Would you ever do that?
No.
Raise money so that you can go, and the thing is, she was already there. So basically, like I've said before, she should have just posted, this is Shanann, and I can't make my credit card payment this month, so if you could help me out, that'd be cool.
Right. There's a blog. There's a 2-part blog. You guys should all check it out, especially before we do the case on Friday, the court. It's called Inception to Conclusion, I believe, and it's a 2-part blog about the Watts and what they went to. And it's seriously, it has screenshots that have all been like scrubbed now and taken off, but screenshots of Shanann trying to raise money. It's of Shanann and before her and Chris ever got together, of asking for money for this, for that. Like, it's just crazy to see this
website. So it's called Inception to Conclusion.com or something.
Yeah, it's a blog, Inception to Conclusion. I'll see if I can email it to you tonight.
Okay.
And then and nobody can find it. There's just a 2-part to it. I haven't even finished the 2nd part, but it shows a lot. Like, definitely the kind of person she was before she had even gotten with Chris or even had kids.
Right. And that's something that I've noticed over the last 2.5 years. When I post a video that shows information or that has information about something like that nursing program that was a total line of BS.
Yes.
When I posted my video about that nursing program not existing, then all of a sudden stuff got scrubbed about the nursing program.
No,
And
I think that the whole point of the nursing program was for student loans so that she could just pocket the money.
But the nursing program she said she was accepted into didn't even exist. I think she went to the community college, signed up for like a retro remedial, reading and a remedial writing class, and like you say, pocketed the student loans. Because why would you start any course of whatever your goal was the same month that your soon-to-be husband moved to Colorado because your doctor supposedly says you have to move to Colorado?
Which is bullshit.
Total bullshit. And she was on 28 pills per day, and then she's, stopped 28 pills per day cold turkey.
Right, but then there was like that point where she moved from Colorado is magic to Thrive is magic. And which one was it? Was it the Colorado air, or was it the Band-Aid?
Isn't that when she started, like, the Thrive was when she moved, or was it before?
No, she started Thrive about when Cece was about 6 months old. I believe it was like January, February 2015.
Well, Jeremy Lindstrom and Ronnie both said that when she left the dealership, when she got pregnant with Bella, that's when she started with the MLMs.
Okay.
So, and if you listen to the Shiners, they claim she started the MLMs in 2016. But like I said before, I think they're just saying that so that people don't point at the bankruptcy and go, how many bankruptcies does this woman need before she figures out that she doesn't have a job?
Right. Well, because at Children's, she was making $2,977 a month, and what was that to go down to zero? Chris was making $5,400. So I mean, they were doing pretty decent, but I mean, they still were not making enough to afford the way they were living. But why quit that job? She didn't even have to go in.
I don't believe.
She worked from home.
I don't believe she ever had a job at Children's. I think that was a lie.
But what about the picture with the girl signing her belly that said she worked with her?
Well, I think they have a lot of liars who are hopping up on different panels saying, I know this and I know that.
Yeah.
And I also think that if you volunteer for 1 hour for the plant sale up at the hospital auxiliary, you get a name badge.
Oh.
Yeah, you're right.
Because my grandfather's new wife, she goes up to the hospital and she just sits there, kind of like the role that Shanann supposedly was doing, where she sits at the front desk and she answers the phone and processes the calls to go wherever they needed to go. My grandfather's wife does that, but it's a volunteer position.
Exactly. And we've all seen the videos. We know her vocabulary. If
she has a badge.
If she actually had a position with a hospital, number one, how would she have been hired by a hospital? Right? She would have had to have made it through the interview with or without any, special references from any supposed friends. But I really think that a hospital has a little higher standard in their interviewing process and background checks.
Right.
Regardless, even if she would have worked in housekeeping, I think that they would have, and I'm not dissing housekeeping, but I'm saying even if there is no direct patient care or direct contact with
You're right, Mensa. The state I live in right now, to work at one of the main hospitals, and it doesn't matter if you're going to be a janitor cleaning up blood, it doesn't matter if you're going to work in parking, whether you're working with patients or not, you have to go through an extensive background check.
Right.
I could be completely wrong, but I believe she had about 20 pages worth of offenses on her record.
The ones that I've seen posted say that there were a lot of speedometer issues, I guess. I've never seen a speedometer issue, but evidently she had a lot of speedometer issues going on. I don't see her making it through the first interview, let alone the second. I just don't. Based on her own videos, I don't see her she's going to need to have at least 2 references, right?
I mean, could you even ever see her conforming to work in a group setting with someone as a supervisor? There's no way she could have a supervisor. That would last 5 minutes.
Right.
Exactly. And do you think that if she had to be at work at 11 at night till 7 in the morning or whatever, I think she claimed 12-hour shifts. Do you honestly believe she would make it through one shift without being on Facebook? I mean, come on.
Right.
Right. Exactly.
And
no.
I just don't think that a call center would have 12-hour shifts.
And if they did, I think that her attention span, well, I just don't see it. I don't see her being able to answer the phone and to process information because remember, she couldn't remember why her daughter was in the emergency room. So if that was just make believe, she at least should have been able to have remembered what her fake story was going to be.
Well, and then there were the texts, I don't know, maybe there were the Facebook posts where she was supposedly taking a nursing exam, and she was asking for, I don't know, prayers, well wishes, and she said that because of lupus, she would basically black out and blank, and if that's the case, then she absolutely does not need to be doing any kind of work in a setting like that at all.
Right? What the? Yeah, please, nurse, come work on me, but don't pass out on me.
So somebody asked a really good question.
Okay.
Somebody asked, why do you think Shanann posted so many videos trying to uplift others and be positive, whether it was Thrive related or not? And I think that is a good question.
To herself.
I would say show me the post. I haven't seen it yet.
Well, she does, even in the couch video where she's talking about you can be, I don't even know, whatever bullshit comes out of her mouth.
I remember seeing a couple too.
If I can just help one person,
Right.
Would you have felt inspired by what you saw? Would you have felt inspired by it?
No, I would have been severely annoyed and shut it the hell off.
I would have.
All she did was just talk about herself and how, and then at the end, how, Thrive cured her of all those problems, and then Chris cured her too, because
where did she claim that Leonard was abusive?
She was in the one where she was sitting
in the
outside.
video.
The kids were too noisy, I think, when they were playing the board game on the floor with Christopher Watts.
Right. Right before she goes to North Carolina. And she's thanking God for Chris and saying he's the best thing that's happened to her.
Okay, hands up if you think that Leonard was abusive.
Well, and she also belonged to evidently a few support groups on Facebook too for, surviving abuse. But yeah, she commented that she was in a really abusive relationship, and in my point about would that have inspired you? Anything that I've seen her put out there as far as those videos or those posts, they lack something. They lack authenticity. They lack something. It doesn't ring true. And I think that I don't believe people have been inspired by her. Again, I think that the people who are running around acting like they worshipped her are part of the fake routine that's going on. I don't think that real people watch her videos and go, oh, she's such an inspiration.
Well, that's why she had to like all of her own videos.
Yeah, she had 5 people watching and she was one of the 5 likes. Yeah.
But how could she be making any sort of money if only 5 views per video at most?
She wasn't making any money. I think that's one of the biggest lies we've been hearing. Yeah, exactly. If she was making money, then obviously,
I think at one point she could have been making not much, but a very, very small amount of money. But I think she dried up everybody that she could reach, and then that's when she had to start buying her own product.
I don't think she was ever making money. I think ever, not even a penny. I think she was spending money right from the start. And here's another thing about that nursing program. She said how she hated math, and she said she hadn't taken AMP yet. She gave all sorts of hints that she was lying through her teeth. So if you don't like math and
you don't have the prerequisites
at all, and I think that same mentality, the mental math challenged, I think it came through with her money. I think she was on disability all of her life. I think her life was nothing but a sham and a scam. I think that she had other people actually with their hands on her money. I think Christopher Watts knows exactly that he married somebody who was not mentally stable and who got a check monthly, and that there were other people with their hands on, what was going on.
About that, that's the file that I was trying to pull up. I have
Guys,
recently just done research
right now.
Okay, let's say goodnight, everybody. I'm so happy, Shenanigan Maker, that you popped your cherry.
No, but next time, I have been doing research on family abuse and the spouse that kind of ignores the abusive spouse and goes along with the abuse. And I've actually done a lot of research on it. I think that'd be a good topic to cover.
I do too. You mean like for a midweek one or something?
Yeah, I think that would be really good.
So you're saying about the battered male syndrome, or is it something other than that?
It's like defining the role of the non-offending parent in childhood abuse.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's good.
I love it. I love it. In my third year in law school, I wrote Safe to Tell, and I actually advocated for the laws that are in place for sexual abuse specific to parenting time, post-divorce, in my opinion, should be applied also to domestic violence and child abuse. I drew that parallel between the two. So what you just said,
we'd have a good conversation about that then.
I think so too. So too.
It does touch on, the battered male. So.
And I like the term non-offending parent because that's gender neutral, and I think that's important. So I wrote it down, I think, defining the role of the non-offending parent
in childhood abuse.
Oh, I love it.
Mm-hmm.
Love it, love it, love it. Okay, on that note, let's all say goodnight. And thank you, Sean's Princess, for hopping up.
Yes, Bestie, love you.
And Danielle, I want you to get that black robe ready.
Oh, I'll be all ready.
We're going to say goodbye, we're going to do a little gabble. I can't do it on my deck.
Shenanigan Maker, our judge shared with us earlier that she can be bribed with chocolate.
Ooh.
Yeah, so we'll be ready.
Nice. I can supply lots of chocolate.
Does verbal chocolate help or no?
Verbal chocolate.
We can talk chocolate.
I'll make sure I have a nice piece of cake and my coffee. That'll make me happy.
I can PayPal money for chocolate.
Money for chocolate.
And if James gives you a hard time at all, just put him in jail because he seems to enjoy that. So
well, you know how he tried to call me out on something earlier, and that's when I kind of went like, oh boom, nope, and started listing. But it's like, don't even try. Like, don't come at me, bro. You're stepping out of your territory and into mine, so sit down.
This will be good. I think it'll be great. Actually, I'll look forward to it. I hope everyone else will too. It'll be good. Everyone be safe. Here we go. You guys want to be safe, be healthy, and know. Okay, you guys say the rest.
And know that chocolate. You're loved.
Okay, good night, everyone.
Good night. Bye-bye.